Copyright 2011 Mike Hockney. The right of Mike Hockney to be identified as the author of this work has been asserted in accordance with Sections 77 and 78 of the Copyright Designs and Patents Act 1988. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopy, recording, or otherwise, without the prior permission of the author, except in the case of a reviewer, who may quote brief passages embodied in critical articles or in a review. Quotations. Mathematics possesses not only truth, but supreme beauty, a beauty cold and austere, like that of a sculpture. Bertrand Russell. All finite things reveal infinitude. Theodore Roth. Infinity is that dimension without end which the human mind cannot grasp. Anonymous. Infinity converts the possible into the inevitable. Norman Cousins. The infinite. No other question has ever so profoundly the spirit of man, no other idea has so fruitfully stimulated his intellect, yet no other concept stands in greater need of clarification than that of the infinite. David Hilbert. The Illuminati. This is one of a series of books outlining the religion, politics and philosophy of the ancient and controversial secret society known as the Illuminati, of which the Greek polymath Pythagoras was the first official Grand Master. The society exists to this day and the author is a senior member, working under a pseudonym. The Illuminati's religion is the most highly developed expression of Gnosticism and is called Illumination open paren alternatively, Illuminism close paren, dedicated to the pursuit of enlightenment. It has many parallels with the Eastern religions of Hinduism, Buddhism and Taoism. It rejects the Abrahamic religions of faith: Judaism, Christianity and Islam, considering these the work of the demiurge, an inferior, cruel and wicked deity who deludes himself that he is the true God, and who has inflicted endless horrors on humanity. If you wish to judge for yourself how deranged the demiurge is, you need only read the Old Testament, the story of the demiurge's involvement with his chosen people, the Hebrews. You may wonder why the God of all entered into an exclusive and partisan covenant with a tribe in the Middle East several thousand years ago, why he promised them a land open paren Canaan close paren that belonged to others, and why he then actively participated with them in a genocidal war against the Canaanites. Even more bizarrely, according to Christian theology, he then dispatched all of those Hebrews, whom he had supported so fanatically, to limbo, the edge of hell. When they died, they couldn't go to heaven because they were indelibly marked by the original sin of Adam and Eve. Only the atonement provided by the agonizing death of God's Son, Jesus Christ, could wipe the slate clean and allow the Hebrews to be released from limbo. But there was a catch. Only those who accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior were eligible for paradise. Of course, the chosen people of God have almost entirely rejected Jesus Christ. Therefore, from the Christian perspective, nearly all of the chosen people are now in hell proper. Don't you find God's behavior distinctly odd, indeed, unbelievable? Don't alarm bells start ringing? Doesn't the behavior of this God sound rather more like what would be expected of Satan? Remember that this same God ordered Abraham to perform human sacrifice on his own son, Isaac. Abraham, rather than rejecting this monstrous command, rather than denouncing the creature that gave it as evil incarnate, agreed to butcher his own flesh and blood to demonstrate how slavishly and mindlessly obedient he was, the prototype of all psychopathic, fanatical believers. Does God's command to Abraham sound like something that would ever pass the lips of the true God? We pity you if you think it does, because you are surely a creature of the demiurge and one of the legions of the damned. If, however, you doubt the credentials of the Abrahamic God, you may be receptive to the message of the Illuminati and are future-oriented, rational, scientific, mathematical and dialectical religion of light, illumination. The mathematical universe. When Pythagoras declared that numbers were the arc, the fundamental stuff of the universe, he was announcing perhaps the greatest and most enigmatic insight in human history. There was no precedent for such a seemingly improbable assertion. Had humanity followed Pythagoras, we would now be gods. Instead, humanity chose to place its trust in people like Jesus Christ and the illiterate Mohammed, and we have had to endure the religious dark ages of Abrahamism for 2,000 years, illuminated only by the Renaissance and the Enlightenment. It's simply impossible to separate numbers and mathematics from the fabric of existence. If you want to comprehend reality, you must realize that mathematics doesn't reflect reality. Mathematics is reality. Ontology, the study of existence, is ultimately the understanding that mathematics alone determines everything that can and cannot exist. Anything incompatible with mathematics is impossible. All the things in life that you think have nothing to do with mathematics, such as feelings and desires, are in fact nothing but mathematics. By the end of this book, we intend to have proved to you that mathematics is quite simply all there is. The great secret of the universe is that it is living mathematics. All that is real is mathematical, and all that is mathematical is real. One number above all encapsulates the true nature of existence: 0. Scientific materialists do not believe that zero is a thing, an entity in the real universe. How could zero possibly have any reality? They say. It can't be seen, it can't be touched, it can't be sensed, it can't be detected, so it surely can't be there. The philosophical position of materialism boils down to the simple assertion that zero is non-existent. Idealism, the opposite philosophical position, is, ultimately, the assertion that zero not only exists as a real entity but in fact entirely determines the rest of existence, that is, everything comes from zero, and zero of course is often called nothing. Big Bang theory is typically characterized as the universe exploding out of nothing, but scientific materialism doesn't know what nothing is and can't offer any definition of nothing. It therefore magics the universe into existence like a magician pulling a rabbit from an empty hat, except it is pulling an entire universe out of God knows what. Big Bang theory in the hands of idealists rather than materialists becomes something radically different. The universe does indeed spring from nothing, but this nothing has a very precise definition: it is the mathematical zero. Nothing is not just one zero, it's an infinite number of them. Just to be crystal clear, existence is reducible to an infinite number of zeros which are actual, real, indivisible, indestructible, immortal entities. Leibniz, one of the greatest grand masters of the Illuminati and perhaps the most intelligent man in human history, called them monads, units. He also gave them another name: souls. Do you see? To create a straight line or one-dimensional entity you must join 2 points by the shortest possible path. But what is the point? It's a zero-dimensional entity, something devoid of dimensionality. To put it another way, a point, the basic unit of geometry from which all lines, curves, shapes and functions are constructed, is none other than zero. A point is not a hypothetical tool of abstract mathematics to help us understand reality. A point is a monad, a real entity in the real world. The only reason why mathematics perfectly models our world is that our world is made of mathematics. Specifically, the universe consists of an infinite number of points, zeros, all being joined up in a host of different ways determined by the inexorable, flawless, laws of mathematics. All 1, 2 and 3-dimensional entities originate in 0-dimensional points. They couldn't exist if dimensionless points didn't exist to precede them. Mathematical points underlie, underpin and form the basic building blocks of everything. Mathematically, all points are described by the number 0, but 0 is more than just a mathematical point. It's a living being, a soul. It's not conscious, of course, although it can potentially become so, but only when it's attached to a complex organism such as a human body with an enormously sophisticated brain. We can't see souls precisely because they are 0, nothing, dimensionless, intangible. They are in the real world but not in the physical world of matter, yet matter is in fact nothing but particular arrangements of monads. In another book dedicated to the purpose, The God Game: How to Create the Universe, we will reveal the precise mathematics of this seemingly paradoxical situation which has utterly baffled the world's greatest scientists and philosophers. Our essential point is that mathematics isn't a theoretical abstraction that helps human minds to understand the laws of science. Rather, mathematics is real, and scientific laws are simply reflecting the mathematical structure of existence. Zeros, viewed objectively, are mathematical points. However, when viewed subjectively, they are minds, unconscious mental entities capable of evolving consciousness, and, in religious terms, they are eternal, indivisible souls outside space and time that can never perish. Thus we see that Descartes' classic mind-body dualism is resolved mathematically. Mind is the domain of dimensionless, extensionless, mathematical points zeros and matter is the domain of mathematical, physical, extended entities assembled from enormous collections of points linked mathematically. There is in fact no mind-matter dichotomy at all. There is simply mathematics that comes in two flavors: dimensional matter and dimensionless mind Carl Jung wrote there are sufficient reasons for believing that the psychic lies embedded in something that appears to be of a non-psychic nature. He spoke of a cosmic order independent of our choice and distinct from the world of phenomena. He said, the background of microphysics and depth-psychology is as much physical as psychic, and therefore neither, but rather a third thing, a neutral nature which can at most be grasped in hints, since in essence it is transcendental. The neutral tertium quid third thing that Jung was desperately seeking to identify is of course mathematics. It is neither pure mind nor pure matter, but gives rise to both and explains everything about how they interact. All interaction between minds and bodies is mediated mathematically, and minds and bodies are, at root, mathematical entities. Mathematics is everything. There is absolutely nothing else. The only reason why the universe is ordered and intelligible is that it is mathematical. A non-mathematical universe is an impossibility. Without mathematics, without the dimensionless points that constitute the building blocks of all mathematics, nothing could exist. All numbers are just different totals of dimensionless points. All shapes are simply organized collections of dimensionless points. All equations are simply ways of relating assemblies of dimensionless points. The mysterious dark energy that physicists are seeking is none other than the effect of the inexorable movement of dimensionless points. What is a black hole? A dimensionless point singularity . In a black hole, matter is crushed down to what it came from in the first place : dimensionless points. What was the Big Bang singularity? A dimensionless point made up of an infinity of dimensionless points because any number of dimensionless points can occupy the same dimensionless point, since there are no physical limitations given that a dimensionless point does not exist in the physical world. From the point of view of the physical world, the singularity appears to be nothing. There is only one possible candidate for explaining the entirety of existence: mathematics. Mathematics is the source of all absolute, Platonic knowledge. Mathematics perfectly unifies ontology open paren the study of existence close paren and epistemology open paren the study of knowledge close paren. We have sure and certain knowledge of existence thanks to mathematics. Mathematics is the queen of the sciences and superior to science. Mathematics, unlike scientific materialism, acknowledges the reality of zero, hence of mind. Scientific materialism should be rebranded as mathematical materialism while Illuminism is mathematical idealism. We can demonstrate that mathematical materialism open paren science close paren is but a subset of mathematical idealism. Mathematical materialism is incomplete because it ignores the two most important numbers: 0 and infinity. Mathematical idealism is complete because it includes these two numbers. Mathematics, not science, is true reality. Mathematics is the ark, as Pythagoras declared so brilliantly over 2,500 years ago. Mathematical truths are absolute and unimpeachable. Nothing else offers the certainty of mathematics. Mathematics is infallible and inarguable. Mathematics is either right or wrong. There is no mid-ground for opinion, debate, faith, wishful thinking or fantasy. Mathematics is the hammer of truth that smashes to pieces all falsehood. There is nowhere to hide with mathematics. It's the ultimate bullshit detector. Why has no holy prophet ever been a mathematician? Why has the Abrahamist God never uttered a word of mathematics and never used a single mathematical equation? Because mathematics would ruthlessly and mercilessly expose all holy lies and false claims. Mathematics has the same icy logic as the guillotine. It chops nonsense to pieces. It kills liars. It decapitates all deceivers. Any claims to truth not expressed in mathematics are total bullshit. Quite literally meaningless and worthless. Mathematics is the sole language of the truth. Deep down, everyone knows that's the case. Mathematics is the most feared subject of all because it couldn't care less about people's feelings, wishes and delusions. Mathematics is the true language of the sacred. Equations are infallible holy writ. All progress ever made by the human race ultimately derives from mathematics. Not a single word of the Torah, Bible or Quran has ever advanced the human condition. They are books for the stupid, for the anti-mathematicians who want to live in caves. It's no coincidence that illiterate, innumerate Mohammed had his revelation in a cave. Why doesn't the Quran begin with the equation 0 + 1 = 1? Then we could take it seriously. Mathematical laws, not scientific experiments, offer us true knowledge. Science is always a feeble imitation of mathematics. Scientific experiments are certainly helpful and indeed vital, but they are not the essence of truth. Mathematics is the true gospel, the voice of God, the book of life. There are only two shows in town: mathematical idealism open paren Illuminism close paren and mathematical materialism open paren science close paren. Everything else is absurd, preposterous, ridiculous, ludicrous, farcical and pure nonsense from beginning to end. The Abrahamist religions have zero truth content since they don't mention mathematics once. They don't feature a single mathematical equation. You simply couldn't get further from the truth. Eastern religions have managed to intuitively grasp some mathematical truths, but they haven't been able to express them meaningfully. They have remained trapped in nebulous mysticism. There is no mathematical clarity. Illuminism alone is the answer to everything. All other systems of thought are rendered null and void by Illuminism. We offer the grand unified theory of everything, linking religion, science, mathematics, philosophy, psychology and even the so-called paranormal. The reason these are all brought together in one package is that they are all reflections of the same underlying reality: living mathematics. The universe is alive. It is an organism that is continually solving mathematical equations, first and foremost of which is the equation of consciousness, mathematics. The universe becomes free and undetermined at the point at which living equations become conscious of themselves. Jung said, "My life is a story of the self-realization of the unconscious." We say that the universe's life is the story of the self-realization of unconscious mathematics. Another critical number that has been dismissed as unreal by professional mathematicians and physicists is one that features in endless engineering and scientific equations open paren including those of quantum mechanics close paren colon the so-called imaginary number, I, the square root of -1. We assert that the reason this number appears everywhere is that it has ontological reality. In fact, it is the mathematical origin of the dimension of time. So, mathematical idealism and mathematical materialism can be differentiated in terms of three crucial numbers. Mathematical materialism denies that 0, infinity and the imaginary number have any real existence. Mathematical idealism, on the other hand, asserts that 0 is the ontological basis of mind. The imaginary number is the ontological basis of time and infinity is the ontological capacity of each individual mind, that is each mind has infinite capacity and can literally become God. As for all the numbers between 0 and infinity, these are the ontological basis of space and matter. Thus we have mathematically defined space, time, mind, matter, soul and God, by bringing 0, infinity and the imaginary number from a theoretical, abstract domain into ontological reality. We have explained all of existence. There are no gaps. We have covered the range from 0 to infinity in all possible directions. There is no room for anything else. Nothing can exist out with Illuminism. It's all-encompassing, absolutely complete and offers the only conceivable full explanation of everything. All you are required to do to become enlightened is to accept that mathematics, and nothing else, is reality. The universe is alive with the sound of music, audible mathematics, the Pythagorean music of the spheres that divine ears alone can hear. This is the absolute truth. All other prophets, revelations and religions, are refuted once and for all. God, not to put too fine a point on it, is a mathematician. And so are we all. We are all the answers to the most complex equation of all the conscious soul. The universe is nothing but a celestial factory which takes raw material, unconscious souls, and processes them mathematically until all of their infinite potential has been converted into actuality and they have become nothing other than conscious gods. We are living in the God factory. This is the gospel of the Illuminati. Mathematical idealism can make sense of many of the mysterious and enigmatic ideas of the world's greatest thinkers. Let's have a look at a few. Schopenhauer claimed that all individuals were embodiments of an underlying, eternally striving, blind will outside space and time. We can now equate Schopenhauer's will to an infinite number of unconscious mental entities, monads, zeros, that exist collectively as a single dimensionless point. Each of these monads can, mathematically, become individuated in space and time while, and this is crucial, retaining a foot in the dimensionless domain. In other words, monads can bestride two domains simultaneously: the dimensionless and the dimensional. Via the dimensional domain, they are separate in space and time, and, via the dimensionless channel, they are all interconnected outside space and time and can thus exchange information instantaneously without any of the limitations imposed by Einstein's supposed cosmic speed limit: the speed of light. This accounts for the extraordinary phenomenon of quantum entanglement, whereby two correlated particles infinitely far apart can instantaneously know each other's quantum state. This would be impossible if Einstein were right. Jung's concept of the collective unconscious can be characterized in exactly the same way as Schopenhauer's will, and provides a perfect mechanism for explaining how all human beings can access a common set of psychic archetypes. Likewise, Hegel's jest, Nietzsche's will to power, and Kant's noumenal world can all be described according to the concept of monads outside space and time, outside sensory experience. These monads constitute the inner, subjective character of things rather than the outer, objective, scientific outer view of reality. Existence is all about this interaction between the inner and outer, subjective and objective, mental and physical, forming a permanent feedback loop that propels the universe forward dialectically. Religions such as Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, Theosophy and Anthroposophy can all be similarly analyzed according to the monadic scheme of mathematical idealism open paren monadology close paren. Only Abrahamism and its offshoots are entirely incompatible with monadology. Abrahamism contains not one particle of truth, it's fundamentally anti-mathematical in its conception. Ironically, if you could examine Abrahamism from the outside, if you could analyze individual beliefs of Abrahamists, you would discover that, like everything else, they are mathematical signals. The world consists of mathematics and nothing besides. People's beliefs, feelings, desires, joys and sorrows are, when viewed objectively, mathematical signals. However, people never get that external, objective view of their thoughts. They only get the inner, subjective experience. They are inside the mathematical signals, so to speak. If someone kicks you in the shin, you will feel pain, but someone else monitoring your brain will see some signal flaring up somewhere. He is seeing objectively what you are feeling subjectively. You are inside the signal, experiencing it, and he is outside the signal, studying it. The great illusion of life is that although there is nothing but mathematics and mathematical signals, we, as subjects, are within the ocean of mathematics as it relates to us, and we experience it only in terms of subjective interpretations of mathematical signals. These interpretations of feelings, desires, intuitions and the constructed reality that we create on the basis of the data reaching our senses. We say constructed reality because we don't ever see or experience true, unmediated reality. All data is always filtered through our brain-mind system, and we can never experience anything in our lives that is external to that system. We are imprisoned by the brain-mind filter we apply to everything. For example, there is no such thing as color in the objective world. We construct color. Our brain-mind systems literally invent the subjective experience of color. We do so because the fiction of color is astoundingly useful. In other words, there is a creative component within us that can be applied to the mathematical signals reaching us. It makes perfect sense that this should be so, otherwise we would be androids rather than people. The difference between a man and a machine is that the former is a true instance of living, organically developed mathematics, while the latter is just an assembly of mathematical parts, devoid of organic development. The cells of our bodies are infinitely more sophisticated than computer chips. If you want to understand how mathematical the world is, just stand outside and look at the sky, rivers, mountains, snowflakes, raindrops, flowers, buildings, bees. If you concentrate hard, you will begin to see nothing but endless patterns all merging into one another. What is the weather? It's just an enormous equation, obeying the mathematics of chaos theory, solving itself anew every day. Planets trace elliptical paths, bees build hexagonal hives. Cicadas live underground for exactly 13 years before emerging to mate to create the next generation. It's all mathematics and nothing else. All of life is just variations of mathematical equations and patterns. Just as the physical body has evolved many different structures, so has the mind. The psychic components described by the likes of Freud and Jung are mathematical components that work together mathematically to make us the sophisticated and multi-faceted creatures we all are. If you could get a God's eye view of the universe from outside it, all you would see is just an immense equation with infinite variables relentlessly unfolding in a bewildering dance of competing mathematical functions. We ourselves are self-contained and eternal nodes of the cosmic equation. We have our own solution to our own equation: to become God. Here is reality in a nutshell: 1. In the beginning, an infinite number of zeros were all together in a single genesis point. This was the cosmic origin, the origin of all things, the mathematical dead center of existence. The genesis point was dimensionless, extensionless, purely mental. In terms of material reality, it was nothing, completely undetectable. Just two numbers characterized the genesis point: 0 and infinity. No other numbers existed. 2. In reality, the Pythagorean arc is just one number, 0, of which there are infinite instances. 0 is the fundamental unit of existence, the monad. There are infinite monads, which, mathematically, are dimensionless points. Thus it can truly be said that the universe came from nothing, or, to be more precise, from 0. It came from an immaterial dimensionless point, containing an infinite number of dimensional points. In Kabbalah, the Aleph is defined as the point that contains all other points. This is the perfect definition of the genesis point. The Aleph is where everything begins. The cosmos starts and ends with 0. 0 is the boundary of what can be. 3. How do infinite zeros become a physical universe? They manage it mathematically, naturally. Existence is all about how infinite zeros are converted into all the numbers between 0 and infinity. This conversion takes place in an astoundingly simple way. All of the zeros, the dimensionless points, emerge from the genesis point into a 6-dimensional universe consisting of 3 real and 3 imaginary dimensions. They are not imaginary at all, of course. Mathematically, they are actually just a 90-degree rotation of the real dimensions in a special direction out with real space. The remarkable mathematical properties of the 6-dimensional universal automatically create space and time, that is dimensionality, and hence the physical universe, in the event called the Big Bang. 4. But the story does not end there. The zeros emerge from the genesis point not in one vast burst, but in a controlled and relentless march. The physical universe keeps expanding under the pressure of this march of the zeros, and eventually the expansion becomes so extreme that the gravity (particle attraction) created within the physical universe is overcome. All matter disintegrates into isolated atoms. As the march and the expansion goes on, even the forces that hold atoms together, electromagnetism and the weak and strong nuclear forces, are defeated, and matter disappears entirely from the universe, leaving only zeros. 5. In other words, the universe comes from 0, creates infinite numbers between 0 and infinity, and then returns them all to 0. The universe begins and ends with infinite zeros. 6. Pythagoras is gloriously vindicated. The evolution of the universe can be tracked purely according to the evolution of the number 0 into all other numbers, but the arc isn't all numbers, so much as one number, 0, the number of the monad. As we said, these Pythagorean zeros are not mere numbers, they are elemental minds, beings. They are monads, they are souls, they are alive. Each monad has infinite potential, infinite mental capacity, infinite room for knowledge storage and memory. Each monad has one ambition: to convert maximum potential into maximum actualization, to convert itself from a blank soul into God. Every other monad has exactly the same intent. Infinite monads want to become infinite gods. The universe is nothing but a mathematical formula on a cosmic scale for creating gods. The universe's sole purpose is to manufacture gods. It's a vast cosmic production line that takes potential and converts it into actualization. At the end of the universe, the omega point, every monad has become God. The universe has attained the condition of the absolute. It is perfect. It is fully actualized. There is no potential left to be converted. The universe began as infinite blank zeros, and ended as infinite full zeros. And then what happens? The God universe enjoys its perfection as long as it can, but bliss is not eternal. The process of converting potential to actualization is in fact the greatest bliss that can be attained. Bliss evaporates when all potential has been optimized. The God universe then has only one option: divine suicide. And so the whole process begins again, and it can never end. This is an infinite system from which there is no escape. Existence can never cease. Zeros, monads, souls, can never be annihilated. They must choose how to handle eternal existence. That is the supreme question. What is the best way to live an eternal life? The universe has given its answer. Had any final, permanent state of the universe been possible and desirable, we would already have attained it, since eternity has already preceded this moment, and eternity stretches before us too. The universe has decreed that the greatest pleasure, the maximum bliss, is to forever complete the cosmic journey from maximum potential to maximum actualization: for blank zero, to become all numbers between 0 and infinity and be transformed into full zero. Completing this journey is the cosmic orgasm, and the universe has no interest other than attaining this cosmic orgasm an infinite number of times. Are we humans not driven in exactly the same way? We all want orgasm after orgasm, with the perfect, most attractive partners. Is that not what haunts our imagination, what we long for? Do we ever want it to stop? Do we want one perfect orgasm that will sate our desire for any further orgasms? No, we never want the orgasms to cease. We don't want a final blissful state. The pursuit, forever, of more and better orgasms defines us. As above, so below. We are orgasm machines and God machines combined, and in fact becoming God is the greatest orgasm of all. We can't get enough of it, and we keep repeating this orgasmic process for eternity. Can anyone imagine a better solution to living forever? We have surely found the optimal solution: infinite orgasms. 6. A man was cleared of rape because he suffered from sexomnia, having sex while asleep. He had no recollection of what he did. He shouted out "horny bitch" while he was having sex in his sleep trance. His wife and a former girlfriend backed up his claims, saying that he had done the same to them. An expert stated: sexomnia is instinctive behavior. They are not conscious at the time. Imagine having sex and speaking while actually being asleep. Anticipating both Jung's collective unconscious and Julian Jaynes's hypothesis of the bicameral mind open pairing, where the right hemisphere of the brain commands the left hemisphere via auditory hallucinations close pairing. Nietzsche said: in our sleep and dreams we pass through the whole thought of our humanity. I mean, in the same way that man reasons in his dreams, he reasoned when in the waking state many thousands of years ago. The dream carries us back into earlier states of human culture, and affords us a means of understanding it better. In other words, all human beings were in the past in a permanent dream state. Dream logic was reality logic. Dream actions were reality actions. We all shared a common earlier state of human culture that we can reach through dreams open pairing, hence Jung's archetypes close pairing. Human beings are normally paralyzed during dreams to stop them acting out their dreams in reality, but what if there was a time in the pre-conscious past when there no paralysis mechanism? Dreams were always carried out for real. The whole of life was a waking dream. P.D. Ouspensky said, "Sleep and the waking state are not two states that succeed one another. They may be called sleep and sleep plus waking state. This means that when we awake, sleep does not disappear, but to the state of sleep there is added the waking state, which muffles the voices of dreams and makes dream images invisible." This is an extraordinary insight, consistent with the bicameral paradigm. We can imagine bicameral man as being in a constant dream state, believing that his dreams are real. Consciousness is the awake state superimposed over the sleeping, bicameral dream state. Hypnosis switches off the conscious state, activates the bicameral state and allows the voice of the hypnotist to take the place of the ancient hallucinated voice coming from the right hemisphere. Dream paralysis usually insulates us from the bicameral world, but if the paralysis doesn't kick in, our bicameral, unconscious self can take over. Equally, if we're tired during the day and let our minds wander, our underlying bicameral state can reassert itself. In other words, there's constant tension between consciousness and bicameralism. Stress and exhaustion can often trigger the underlying bicameral self. The heirs of Descartes. Descartes was the founder of modern philosophy. He famously divided the world into two independent substances: extended open paren matter closed paren and thinking open paren mind closed paren, which was non-extended. Descartes' problem was that he had created a dualist system and neither he nor any of his successors could plausibly explain how mind and matter, as different substances, could interact. How could either affect the other? What would the mechanism be? Idealist philosophers solved the problem by abolishing matter while materialist philosophers did the opposite and abolished mind. Scientific materialism, the main intellectual paradigm of the modern world, asserts that mind has no existence independently of matter, that is, it is purely a material phenomenon or epiphenomenon. When you die, your mind necessarily dies too. There is no afterlife, no soul and no God. Scientific materialism is pure, nihilistic atheism. The Illuminati are Descartes' true heirs because we have successfully resolved the Cartesian problem of mind-matter dualism. In fact, the dualism is an illusion and in reality there is only a monism, one substance. That substance is mathematics and it can exist in two forms: dimensionless open paren unextended closed paren mind and dimensional open paren extended closed paren matter. The basic unit of both existence and mathematics is the indivisible, dimensionless point, the zero, the monad, the soul. Given that the monad is both a mathematical entity and a mental entity performing mathematical operations, it gives us the opportunity to avoid referring to mathematics itself as a substance and instead talk of mathematical mind as the arc, the fundamental substance of existence. We will normally just refer to it as mind, while always remembering that minds do nothing other than receive, interpret and generate mathematical signals. They have no other activity. Matter can thus be defined as dimensional mind. Mind and matter are fully compatible because it's not substance that separates them open paren, they are the same substance closed paren, but dimensionality, a function of mathematics. Mind exists in the domain of 0 and infinity, matter exists in the domain of all numbers between 0 and infinity. Mind and matter are indissolubly linked by mathematics and reflect nothing but mathematical activity. Mathematics provides the communication protocol between mind and matter that had eluded Descartes' open paren, who, ironically, was himself a brilliant mathematician as well as philosopher closed paren. The implication is that a sufficiently powerful mind can control and transform matter. Alchemy, the ability to transmute base metal into gold, is, finally, mathematical. Descartes' mistake was to see mind and matter as two separate substances when in fact they are two perspectives of the same substance. They are not different ontologically but in respect of their mathematical properties. Matter is mind subject to the dimensions of space and time. Mind itself is outside space and time, hence is immortal. Matter is mind subjected to a specific and systematic mathematical operation that makes mind solid and localized open paren in terms of our perception of it closed paren. Mind on the other hand is neither solid nor localized. Matter is finite mind. Mind is infinite matter. The whole of existence is nothing but an interplay between infinity and finitude. The mental domain is that of infinity and its inverse, zero. The matter domain is that of all finite numbers between 0 and infinity. There is no scope for anything else. This model of reality caters for everything that can possibly be. Infinite mind seems localized and finite in relation to our time-and-space-determined consciousness because it enters into a feedback loop with our material body and our senses which are immersed in finite space and time. Human bodies are material entities operating in space and time, linked to a mind open paren soul closed paren outside space and time. For as long as the body lives, it forms a feedback system with the mind. Space-time information is sent to the mind, and the mind sends back its choices as to what it wants to do in the space-time domain. Space-time considerations thus dominate the mind's activity even though it is not itself in space and time. Free will is possible only because the mind is not part of space-time causality. If it were, we would all be robots. Free will actually means that a monad, a soul, can originate its own mathematical signals, as well as receiving and interpreting signals coming from other monads. Open paren in the final analysis. The only thing that happens in the universe is that all monads generate their own mathematical signals and also receive the signals of the other monads. This exchange of mathematical signals gets progressively more and more complex, via the dialectic, until the monads actually attain self-awareness and become independent, autonomous agents exhibiting free will. That is life, the universe and everything in a nutshell. Close paren. Scientific materialism is intellectually dishonest because no scientist seriously believes he lacks mind or free will, yet scientific materialism denies both mind and free will. It asserts that mind is a form of matter, controlled by mechanistic, causal forces in which no such thing as free will is possible. Open paren since free will would contradict the laws of science which are never capricious. Close paren. Scientific materialists are 100% wrong. Mind isn't a form of matter, the reverse is true. Scientists will never accomplish a grand unified theory of everything because they have fallen at the first hurdle: they have denied the primacy of mind, of the numbers 0 and infinity. Scientific materialists deny that 0 and infinity have any reality. They say that if something is unextended open paren 0 close paren then it does not exist. And they say that if infinity appears in a scientific equation, there must be something wrong with the equation because any infinite result would represent a fatal rupture of the fabric of space and time. They are wrong on both counts and, what's worse, they already know it. Black holes, and the Big Bang singularity in which the physical world originated, are both determined by the numbers 0 and infinity, which scientists say have no reality. Light, too, is entirely determined by 0 and infinity. Scientists persist with their failed theories because they are locked into a literally mindless paradigm. No one is allowed to challenge it. No professional scientist would retain his credibility or even his job if he openly challenged the establishment paradigm. Scientists aren't, sadly, interested in the truth. Instead, they are obsessed with career progression, with churning out scientific papers to improve their status amongst their peers. M-theory, the final, fatal folly of scientific materialism, is conceptually wrong in every way. But, as the most elaborate and complex theory in history, it would keep scientists in jobs producing papers on it almost indefinitely. which in a sense is its real point. It's a job creation scheme for scientists with no integrity or interest in the real truth. Feedback systems. Feedback loops are the essence of life. What is a feedback loop? In its simplest form, involving two linked elements X and Y, X provides information to Y, which causes a change in Y, which sends information about the change back to X, which causes a change in X, to which it reacts and sends new information back to Y, and so on until the feedback loop either reaches an omega point and can no longer change, or enters a chaotic state open paren like the weather closed paren and goes on forever. A feedback loop that reaches a terminus is just another name for the dialectic. It's also the basis of the scientific method and the driver of evolution. In short, it's the core process that propels the universe onwards and upwards. Negative feedback loops accelerate towards disastrous outcomes, such as the financial credit crunch. Systems need to be based on positive feedback loops if they are to be healthy. Religions which proclaim absolute truth revealed by God are inherently hostile to positive feedback loops. The Muslims have refused to evolve intellectually because they know that new knowledge inevitably contradicts the Quran, and that's unacceptable. Rather than ditch the Quran, Muslims have preferred to ditch intellectual advancement. Consequently, Islam is a backward culture that offers nothing to the intellectual progress of humanity. That's what happens when cultures, groups and individuals reject positive feedback loops. They become anti-dialectical and start heading back towards the primordial slime. Islam is trapped in a negative feedback that will destroy it sooner or later, but not before it does enormous damage to the rest of us. The evolving universe. What is the cosmic journey? The cosmos starts as an infinity of blank souls, perfectly clean slates, in a single, dimensionless genesis point. The infinite monads start pouring out into a cosmos of their own creation, in a six-dimensional universe in which time and matter are born. This is all handled mathematically, the core language of communication of all souls, and the means by which mind and matter are linked. The souls in their dimensionless aspect open paren mind closed paren create a feedback loop with souls in their dimensional aspect open paren sub-atomic particles of matter which form into atoms, which then come together to create rocks, metals, molecules and finally living organisms closed paren. Through the living organisms, souls come to finite consciousness, and through many reincarnations they come to infinite consciousness open paren gnosis closed paren and attain the status of God, perfection, absolute actualization. All the souls in the universe are all at different stages on the cosmic journey. Eventually, all of them will attain gnosis and godhood. When every blank soul has been transformed into God, when the universe is God in every one of its parts, it has achieved its omega point. It can progress no further. It has become the ultimate, absolute gestalt. The whole is the greater than the sum of parts, and when every part is God, then what is the whole? It is the God of gods, the final God, the absolute God, the complete actualization of all the potential of existence, and it is also the end. Why? Because the world must always be reborn. It is the God of gods who commits divine suicide and brings a cosmic age to its end. All actuality is returned to potential, all gods become blank souls again, and the whole process begins again. Each cosmic journey will differ in its evolutionary details. There is no exact eternal recurrence, yet the general pattern will be repeated: maximum potential being transformed into maximum actualization by dialectical feedback loops between mind and matter. Is it not wondrous? Is it not the supreme cosmic vision of infinite perfection? There can be nothing more inspiring. There can be no greater rapture. The process itself is the ultimate bliss. It delivers the perfect orgasm over and over again, and nothing more can be asked of existence. The world is born in zero and dies in zero, yet zero has in the meantime gone from absolute potential to absolute actualization, from a blank soul to God. That is the cosmic journey, and all of us are on it, but some of us are much closer to the completing it than others. Some are on the verge of divinity and some of us, the Abrahamists, for example, are barely distinguishable from the primordial slime. The Eastern religions such as Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism and Taoism contain many of the right details. There's no reason why all Easterners should not come across to Illuminism and find true enlightenment. They are welcome to retain specific cultural aspects of their religions. We have no problem with that. We are not intolerant, extremist maniacs like the evil, devil-worshipping Abrahamists. The Cosmic March. What symbolizes the march of the souls from the Genesis point into the material world, and ever-expanding space, the Pythagorean tetraptys, one of the most sacred symbols of the Illuminati. The universe is in fact always God. It begins as God in his state of maximum potential and minimum actualization and ends as God in the state of minimum potential and maximum actualization. And then it starts over, and it repeats the cycle forever. If we did but know it, we are all God and everything we see, hear, touch, smell and feel is God. All matter is God. All mind is God. There is nothing but God. God does not create the universe. God is the universe. The universe is the vehicle that takes the hidden God open parendeus absconditus close paren to the revealed God open parendeus manifestus close paren. The dialectic is the cosmic engine that converts potential into actuality, and keeps raising it higher and higher until it's perfect, until it has reached its divine omega point. There's no need for any creator. The cosmos propels itself. It raises itself up through dialectical feedback loops. It makes itself conscious. It makes itself intelligent. It perfects itself. Abraxas, the god of Illuminism, was the first cosmic consciousness to attain gnosis, God consciousness, but he is not a unique god. We can all join Abraxas. He leads us all forward. Abraxas is the synthesis of two opposing dialectic forces: good open paren altruism, consideration for others close paren, and evil open paren selfishness, contempt for others close paren. He is beyond good and evil and operates according to pure reason. In other words, he is a god of mathematical precision and logic. He always knows the right and best thing to do because he can solve all possible equations regarding any conceivable situation. He is all-powerful, all-knowing and infallible, just as God is supposed to be. Mathematics guarantees that. He is not moral perfection open paren, although he would never commit any immoral acts close paren, but rather rational perfection, the perfection of mathematics. Lucifer is the cosmic principle of good, and Satan of evil. The dialectic necessarily creates all possible principles, which are then resolved in higher and higher syntheses. Good and evil are resolved only in the attainment of God consciousness. All individuals are attracted to the Satan principle me, look after number one and screw over everyone else to some degree. Fortunately, many people find greater satisfaction from the Lucifer principle: do as you would be done by, help others and they will help you. The world is a constant battleground between the Satan and Lucifer principles. Those at the top of society are invariably Satanists. The extraordinarily disproportionate amount of wealth and power they have grabbed for themselves shows that personal enrichment and aggrandizement are their only motivation. They care nothing for others. Such people should never be allowed anywhere near positions of power over society. They are the least fit to rule. Satan is, ultimately, a bad mathematician, someone who never grasped the cosmic equation. He is obsessed with the one himself. Lucifer is a better mathematician, but still not perfect. He is obsessed with the many as opposed to the one. Abraxas is the perfect mathematician who reconciles the one and the many. Both are essential, neither can be neglected. The supreme community, the ideal political state, is the one that maximizes individual liberty within the context of the collective. If some individuals are permitted too much liberty, others are enslaved. This is how capitalism operates. If all are forced to be equal, everyone is enslaved. This is how communism operates. The optimal solution is to provide equality of opportunity but not equality of outcomes. The most meritorious will take greatest advantage of equal opportunities and rise to the top, thus generating the best possible governments consisting of the demonstrably most talented individuals. This is the meritocratic state. It applies 100% inheritance tax at death to ensure that privileged family dynasties never come into being. Maximum individual liberty within a rational state demands that all personal wealth be gifted voluntarily, or by law if needs be, to the Commonwealth when an individual dies. It is inherently anti-meritocratic for an individual to pass on his wealth to specific people rather than to the Commonwealth. No one on earth has the right to increase one person's freedom and opportunity at the expense of another person's freedom and opportunity. The system of privilege whereby rich parents pass on prosperity to their children is a direct attack on the opportunities and scope for freedom of those children who do not have rich parents. If seen for what it truly is, privilege is an act of violence and war against the non-privileged and ought to reap the appropriate response. There is simply no place at all for privilege in this world of ours. It is meritocracy or war. Take your pick. When we got out of college we had to find a job. When our kids get out of college they will have to a job. Tom Friedman. There are around 7 billion people on this planet. What proportion of them are creative? We estimate that the total creative population of humanity is no more than 700,000. That's just 0.01%. If we got to 1%, it would represent an enormous advance, a 100-fold increase in human creativity. Imagine a world with 50% creativity. What couldn't humanity accomplish? We would achieve a singularity, a tipping point, a critical mass that would launch the human race to divinity. The old, stupid religions and the privileged elite stand in our way. They are the ones who block evolution. They are denying humanity its divine destiny. It's time to sweep them aside. Karma, shmama. One famous Eastern concept is absolutely wrong and must be abandoned. Karma. This is as ridiculous and wicked as the evil beliefs of the Abrahamists. The basic karmic proposition is that there is some sort of moral force not God that follows us around, individually monitoring all of our good deeds and bad and configuring our future lives on the basis of this moral accounting system. This is a ludicrous idea. We are free agents. We decide our futures, not karma. The most cursory glance at the world reveals that nearly all of the most successful and richest people in our world are disgusting, selfish, vain, narcissistic, greedy, evil, wicked, monstrous, stupid, sociopathic and psychopathic. If they are being rewarded by karma, God save us from karma. Karma is just another satanic concept, a weapon used by the demiurge and his archons to control stupid and superstitious people. Sooner or later, karma degenerates into the diabolical caste system which promotes the idea that some people are untouchables and must be given all the unclean jobs dealing with shit and rats. Only sick people are karmists. Karma is a scientifically preposterous idea. How could good and evil, or, more to the point, opinions of good and evil, possibly affect DNA? This must happen if a body is to be some kind of reflection of the previous sins or virtues of a soul. It's laughable. Karma is so dumb it's worthy of Abrahamism. It's pure superstition and idiocy. Evil people are at the top of society in every country because, manifestly, evil pays, evil is rewarded. Successful evil leads to even more evil, not less. It incurs no karmic penalty or inhibition. Any strong, dominant person could easily make weak, submissive people his slaves and exercise absolute power over them. That's the real law of our cosmos, power, not karma. Karma is moralistic bullshit, the wishful thinking of slaves. There's no cosmic force punishing the evil people of our world. If we wish them to be punished, it's our responsibility, not karma's. Karma is yet another stratagem of the weak to prevent them taking responsibility for their lives. Evil is combated only if we act. To leave it to karma is cowardice, and it's futile since there's no such thing. Imagine a different version of karma based on reason versus irrationality rather than good versus evil. Instead of being rewarded for being good and punished for being evil, a soul is rewarded for being rational but punished for being irrational. So, good but stupid people would be regressing to more primitive states, and clever but evil people would be gaining more and more power and success. Look around you. Which model reflects reality? Is it stupid or evil people who are punished? Is it stupid or evil people who are going backwards and downwards? Moral karma is a lie and fraud. It panders to stupid people who imagine they are good. In truth, stupid people are much more likely to reincarnate as animals than clever but evil people. Evil doesn't pull you down and punish you, stupidity does. Moral karma is a stupid idea for stupid people. Rational karma is a much more powerful concept. You are rewarded for being clever, knowledgeable and on the side of reason. Imagine how the world would be transformed if people were much keener on being smart than on being good. Look at the moronic Islamic hordes. They no doubt think of themselves as extremely good, but how many of them are extremely rational? None. Look at Islam. Is it leading the world forwards or backwards? There's almost nothing more important than redirecting people's minds away from good versus evil and towards cleverness versus stupidity. Stupidity should be regarded as almost criminal, as a source of shame and disgrace, practically as a disease, and a highly infectious one at that. The world has had thousands of years of being preoccupied with good and evil. Has it led us to a good world? Manifestly. If moral karma were a real phenomenon, the world would now be a place of goodness and moral tranquility, wouldn't it? Every year, the cosmos would get better, yet the opposite is obviously true. The religious discourse of good and evil has failed and is fraudulent. Governments have been in bed with religion rather than with education. Smarter people have better outcomes than stupid people. So education should be the central axis of state policy, not pandering to ludicrous religious pressure groups that are continually undermining reason and knowledge in favor of unreason and faith. Moral karma, like Abrahamism, is a pernicious concept that has done untold damage. The Enlightenment was about reason, not good and evil. The Enlightenment still hasn't triumphed. Unreason still dominates our world. The discourse of good and evil is inherently linked to stupidity because it's stupid religions that promote this agenda, and they do so in order to control people by terrifying them with visions of hell and promises of heaven. It's the most effective conditioning strategy ever devised. Pavlov's dogs in the human sphere. We have to get beyond good and evil via reason. Ask yourself a simple question. Would people be more or less evil if they were highly educated and highly rational? Would our world be full of inequality if everyone was smart? Education, not religion, is the answer to the issues of good and evil. Religion has been the primary source of evil since it has bred stupidity, irrationality, faith, superstition, extremism, fanaticism, intolerance, ghettoization, persecution and mania. If we want a morally better world, we must destroy the greatest immoral force of all, mainstream religion. We in the Illuminati wish the weak and cowardly to have no bolt dash holes and no excuses. Your life is your responsibility, no one else's. Karma is a fiction. At all times you have free will and free choice. As Sartre said, you are condemned to be free. That's exactly how it is. You choose your life, not karma. You are free to be whatever you like. You are free to be evil, and that's exactly what many people choose. Some of those people meet with disaster, many prosper. If evil were consistently punished by the cosmos, and had been variants, it would have vanished by now. The reality is the opposite. Evil is frequently rewarded. Why? Because material existence is the domain of the demiurge. Who designed the designer? Abrahamists claim that the most complex and perfect entity imaginable open paren God close paren has always existed. One day he decided to create something of lesser complexity and perfection: the universe. Existence immediately became imperfect, so the Abrahamist God should be called the God of imperfection, which, of course, is a fatal contradiction. Hence the Abrahamist God does not exist. Scientific materialists claim that the laws of physics, chemistry and biology open paren culminating in Darwinian evolution by natural selection close paren are responsible for the complexity of the world. Atheists such as Richard Dawkins ridicule the notion that the universe is designed because it implies the existence of a designer more complex than his design and begs the question of how he came into existence, who designed him. In other words, anyone who claims that the apparent design of the world implies a designer should be prepared to ask who designed the designer. If they don't, they have simply stated that all problems should be resolved by appealing to a more complex version open paren God close paren of the same conundrum. Thus the problem of the apparent design of the cosmos is resolved by appealing to something even more problematic: the existence of a cosmic designer. This amounts to not answering the question at all, but just creating the illusion of an answer in the catch-all concept of God. If evidence of design implies a designer, then evidence of a designer implies a still higher designer, and so in a system of infinite regress. What materialists such as Dawkins don't realize is that they themselves have simply introduced a different version of the God problem. While Abrahamists appeal to God, Dawkins appeals to the laws of science. But, just as Abrahamists can't account for the existence of an eternal God of infinite intelligence and power, nor can any scientific materialist account for the laws of science. Where did they come from? How did they come to be? Where are they stored? How does matter know how to obey the laws? How can scientific laws of matter give rise to life, mind and consciousness? Open paren. The implication is that there is something in the mathematical equations of material science that is actually describing life, mind and consciousness if we did but know it. Close paren. Did the laws of science exist prior to the Big Bang in order to direct it? If so, where were they? If not, how was the Big Bang controlled if there were no laws of science, and how did those laws come into being? Since scientific materialism is an ideology that denies the existence of mind and says that everything is materially based, then the laws of physics must somehow be materialistic. Would any scientists like to explain how? Why are the laws of science exactly right for producing life, mind and consciousness? Any slight changes in the laws would make it impossible for life to exist. How come they are so finely tuned for life? Some scientists appeal to the abstraction of the multiverse. They claim there's an infinite number of universes, each with a random set of scientific laws directing them. All possible versions of the laws of science are said to exist. Such an argument is, of course, as desperate as the type that Abrahamists resort to concerning God. Where are these infinite different laws? How do they keep track of each other? Where are these infinite universes? Why aren't these universes always colliding catastrophically with each other? How does a universe choose this over that set of laws, or how is the process managed by random allocation? What's this mechanism of random generation of scientific laws? The only plausible explanation of the design in the world is to appeal to a two-stage design process. First, mind, the fundamental stuff of the universe, imbued with self-evolving capacity, capable of taking it from potential to actualization, evolves to the condition where it has, in effect, created the laws of science, and, second, it then uses these laws to initiate the Big Bang and create a physical universe. To be fair to Dawkins, his real argument is with the Abrahamist God, and we share his objections to such a God. However, his hostility to Jehovah usually spills over into hostility to all religious thinking, and that is profoundly unwise. God, in the final analysis, is mind, and mind, like matter, is governed by evolutionary processes. That's all that Dawkins has to accept in order to become an illuminist. He is an evolutionary materialist who claims that life, mind and consciousness evolved from matter, while the Illuminati are evolutionary idealists who assert that life and consciousness are already implicit in mind. Matter evolves from mind, and life and consciousness appear in the material world because they are already potentialities of mind. Dawkins and his ilk claim that inert, dead matter can create life. The Illuminati assert that the whole universe is alive, except much of life is so rudimentary, so primitively evolved, that it appears dead. When you add complexity and organization to primitive life, its inherent life becomes more and more apparent and is eventually unmistakable, even to materialists. In other words, everything in the universe exists on a spectrum of aliveness, and only at the upper end of the spectrum is life as we know it apparent, yet it exists throughout the spectrum. According to materialism, there is an infinitely puzzling point, about which they are totally clueless, where collections of dead, lifeless, mindless atoms create life from death. Death and life are separated by an infinite mystery, almost religious in its connotations, of how matter is organized. For the Illuminati, death is not separated from life at all. Dead atoms are actually living but are much lower down the life spectrum. Which scenario do you find more plausible? Your choice is simple. Either everything is living, or there is some quasi-religious cut-off of existence where death becomes life, and life becomes death. Trying to explain this cut-off would be as challenging as trying to explain the Abrahamist God. Illuminism: Logos and Mythos. Pythagoreanism: Illuminism always had two tracks, and in effect two separate schools of thought, based on the inner circle of the Illuminati, the mathematicoi learners and the outer circle, the acousmaticoi listeners. The mathematicoi were dedicated to logos: reason, logic, mathematics, science and philosophy. The acousmaticoi took the mythos approach of myth, legend, story, religion, ritual, mystery, mysticism, esotericism and magic. There were periods in ancient times when the acousmaticoi assumed the dominant role. And Gnosticism, Hermeticism and late Neoplatonism belonged to this tradition. The early Neoplatonism of Plotinus was in the other tradition. The mathematicoi have been firmly in charge of Illuminism since the time of Leibniz. The upshot is that Illuminism is the world's only logos religion, fully compatible with modern science, mathematics and philosophy, but has traditional, mythos-based religious aspects from which the rituals of Illuminism are taken. Illuminism is the perfect synthesis of logos and mythos. Infinity and zero. With the introduction of the infinitely small and infinitely large, mathematics, usually so strictly ethical, fell from grace. The virgin state of absolute validity and irrefutable proof of everything was gone forever. The realm of controversy was inaugurated, and we have reached the point where most people differentiate and integrate not because they understand what they are doing but from pure faith, because up to now it has always come out right. Friedrich Engels. There was a problem with the scientific revolution: 0. Deep within the scientific world's powerful new tool, calculus, was a paradox. The inventors of calculus, Isaac Newton and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, created the most powerful mathematical method ever by dividing by zero and adding an infinite number of zeros together. Both acts were as illogical as adding 1 plus 1 to get 3. Calculus, at its core, defied the logic of mathematics. Accepting it was a leap of faith. Scientists took that leap, for calculus is the language of nature. To understand that language completely, science had to conquer the infinite zeros. Charles Seif. Sadly, science never did conquer the infinite zeros. Neither scientists nor mathematicians open paren accepting Leibniz, of course closed paren have ever properly understood calculus. As Engels cynically noted, they turned it into an instrument of faith for doing calculations, without comprehending what zero truly meant. Theorists have declared zero a non-existent in terms of reality, and yet all of calculus is based on an infinity of zeros. How is it possible for science to revere calculus, the tool for dealing with the infinitely small, and then declare that the infinitely small doesn't actually exist? If they were philosophers, they would know they had committed a catastrophic error, indeed a category error, but they are not. They are calculators, and while their calculations work, they don't care what those calculations mean. Technically, their position is known as instrumentalism. Propositions are not to be regarded as true or false but as effective or ineffective. Philosophers are interested in the truth, not in whether a calculation is effective or not. Scientists, on the other hand, are obsessed with effective calculations because these allow them to write scientific papers and advance their careers. The idea that scientists care about the truth is a myth. What they care about is effective and efficient calculations. Tobias Danzig wrote: when, after 1,000-year stupor, European thought shook off the effect of the sleeping powders so skillfully administered by the Christian fathers, the problem of infinity was the first to be revived. Christianity cost the West a millennium, and look at the damage Islam is doing to Muslim nations. They have become backward and thence dangerously frustrated and angry. Although the problem of infinity came back to the West, it didn't go away. Scientific materialism is still confounded by infinity and zero, limited and unlimited. The material cause and first element of things was the infinite, and into that from which things take their rise they pass away once more, of necessity, for they make reparation and satisfaction to one another for their injustice according to the ordering of time. Anaximander. If Philhomonism is to be boiled down to one central concept, it is the interaction of the infinite and the finite. The whole of existence, of science, mathematics, philosophy and religion, is defined by how the infinite and finite relate to one another. There are two primary issues, of course: how the infinite is made finite, and how the finite becomes infinite. The infinite and the finite are continually flowing in and out of each other. Death converts the soul from finite mode to infinite mode, and birth returns it to finite mode. Scientific materialism is the belief system that there is nothing but the finite matter. Science will never achieve a grand unified theory of everything until it embraces the infinite. The religious domain is that of the infinite, and that's why it has had such difficulties proving itself in the face of relentless attacks from materialism. In our everyday lives, we are surrounded by the finite. The finite is what we detect with our five senses. It's the domain of common sense and practicality. It's extremely difficult for the human mind to escape from the boundaries of the finite domain and soar into contemplation of the infinite beyond. Our consciousness is geared up for existence in a finite world, not an infinite one. When we present the Logos core of Illuminism in the God Game how to create the universe, it will revolve entirely around how the infinite and finite are indissolubly linked, how the scientific and religious domains are entirely compatible via mathematics and philosophy. Mathematics is the glue of existence. It holds everything together. Why? Because it accommodates zero, infinity and everything in between. Nothing exists out with mathematics. The ancient Greeks, following the pre-Socratic philosopher Anaximander, were fascinated by the concept of the apeiron open paren boundless, unlimited closed paren and the paren open paren bounded, limited closed paren. Anaximander, a mathematician and philosopher a generation older than Pythagoras open paren. In fact, Pythagoras was a student of his for a time. Closed paren, declared that the arc, the ultimate substance of existence, was the apeiron, an infinite, indefinite, invisible, eternal, imperishable substance, imbued with eternal motion. If we call the apeiron energy, then we have arrived at the first incarnation of modern science. And Anaximander has a good claim to being the world's first scientist, and first to glimpse the true nature of existence. Everything, said Anaximander, arises from the apeiron and everything returns to it. He believed that elements such as water, air, earth and fire must be finite manifestations of an infinite super-element in which they were all ultimately united open paren. We might call this the first credible appearance of the scientific grand unified theory of everything. Closed paren. Each element was incapable of moving out of balance with the other elements open paren, that is, of committing an injustice. Closed paren, because any such attempt would be corrected by the apeiron open paren. This amounts to a statement concerning the conservation laws of science. Closed paren. Without saying so explicitly, Anaximander virtually characterized apeiron as God. He was clear that the substance was alive in some sense, and filled all of space. He spoke of the motion of the apeiron causing pieces to break free to become the individual objects of the world, and he believed that in the future the motion would recombine all of the pieces to bring the infinite back to its original, unbroken unity. Here we see an early idea of energy or force, as distinct from matter, which acts on matter and shapes it into material objects, and propels them via its eternal motion. And Anaximander was a brilliant thinker. He taught that the light of the moon actually came from the sun rather than the moon itself open paren, which many ancients thought was a night light. Closed paren. He declared that the earth was round open paren, cylindrical, to be more exact, with a diameter 3 times its height. Humanity lived on the flat top, which was surrounded by a circular oceanic mass. Closed paren, and that there were many Earth-like worlds in the cosmos. He was the first person to produce a map. He invented the sundial, and he even predicted an earthquake in Sparta, thus saving many lives. A follower of Apollo, god of light and reason, Anaximander founded a colony on the shores of the Black Sea and named it Apollonia. He advocated an early version of evolutionary theory, declaring that humans were originally covered in scales and a type of watery mud. A human being was a sort of aquatic creature that was incubated in the mouths of fish-like creatures, from which it eventually emerged, shed its scales and lived on land as an independent creature. The idea that humanity evolved from the sea and from fish is surely one of the most remarkable insights of all time. Modern thinking is that all life did indeed originate in the seas. And Anaximander's reasoning was that living creatures are moist, hence must be associated with the moist element, water. Open paren. Human beings are indeed predominantly composed of water. Closed paren. As the sun evaporated the water, land open paren, the element of earth. Closed paren appeared, and the moist living creatures became adapted for land living. Anaximander was certain that humanity must have evolved from different creatures for the simple reason that the infancy of human babies is so long compared with that of other animals that the original humans could never have survived in the wild. Ergo they must have evolved over time to become what they are now, where babies can be looked after by their parents for many years. This is impeccable logic. Anaximander might be called the father of evolution, since he asserted that worlds and animals alike evolve, and are not made by a creator such as Abraham's God. So, over 2,500 years ago, we see the evolution versus creationism debate in its earliest form. The pagan Greeks were of course right and the Jews utterly wrong. It's astounding that 2,500 years later, the Abrahamists haven't gone away and actually dominate the world. So much for the advance of human reason. In truth, human reason has only ever been the province of a tiny intellectual class that has never constituted more than about 1% of the human race. Yet virtually all of the glories and progress of humanity are their doing. The Illuminati were as preoccupied 2,500 years ago as they are now with the limited and unlimited, the bounded and boundless, the finite and infinite. Unlike many ancient Greeks who had a horror of the concept of the infinite, the Pythagoreans were obsessed with it, but they struggled to find a technical means of describing it, and it was effectively not until the late 17th century that the Illuminati achieved the mastery over the concept of infinity that allowed them to finalize the rational underpinnings of Illuminism. The credit went to Grand Master Leibniz, one of the greatest geniuses of all time, whose brilliance has never been fully acknowledged by the world at large. The reason for that is simple: he was unjustly overshadowed by the towering figure of Isaac Newton, but one day Leibniz will be recognized as the enormously greater figure. Leibniz invented calculus, the mathematics of infinitesimals, independently of Newton, was first to publish on the subject, and it's his notation that continues to be used to the present day. Unfortunately for Leibniz, it was generally considered that Newton was working on calculus slightly before him, even though Newton's notation and treatment of the subject was horribly awkward and arguably held back British physics and mathematics for a century while Europe raced ahead with Leibniz's much slicker version of calculus. The reality is that Leibniz was the true originator of calculus. He was fixated on infinity, both the infinitely large and infinitely small, for his whole adult life. Leibniz's monads, the core of Illuminism, are where the infinitely large and infinitely small (zero) collide: infinite zeros monads provide the basis of existence. Newton became enormously more famous than Leibniz because of his equations of motion that dominated physics until the 20th century, and which were even used to land man on the moon in 1969. Newton is one of the greatest champions of scientific materialism and even though he was secretly a religious fanatic and spent much more time on mystical hocus-pocus, the occult and biblical prophecies than he ever did on physics and mathematics. He thought he belonged to a select group chosen by God to uncover the Bible's hidden messages for the benefit of humanity. While Leibniz is one of the greatest champions of idealism, the concept that the external world is mind-created in one way or another. Rationalism, the concept that the world is based on rational principles that rational minds can discern. And panpsychism, the concept that mind is everywhere and in all things. It's Leibniz's work that allows religion to be brought to the heart of mathematics, science and philosophy, and when this fact becomes widely known, Leibniz will come to be regarded as the greatest human being of all time. Newton will be a footnote to Leibniz rather than the other way around. Such is the importance of Leibniz to the Illuminati that the label Pythagorean Illuminati that we sometimes use to refer to ourselves could validly be replaced with Leibnizian Illuminati. Hegel also added vital insights to the consideration of the infinite and the finite and how they are dialectically connected. It is through the finite that the infinite expresses itself, and through the finite open paren the limited, the bounded closed paren that the notion of the limitless, boundless and infinite takes form. Neither can exist without the other. The Pythagoreans spoke of the unlimited being drawn in and limited by the limit. This, in essence, is the explanation of matter. It is the infinite finitized. We are led to the following definitions: 1. Closed paren energy is immaterial, extensionless, dimensionless and associated with zero and infinity. 2. Closed paren matter is extended, dimensional, finite and associated with all the finite numbers between 0 and infinity. Energy and matter are the infinite and the finite respectively, and through their interaction the external world is brought into being. Descartes grasped the truth without realizing it, when he said that thinking substance was unextended while matter was extended substance. He had covered all possibilities. What he didn't work out was that if you coal-mined energy and then you say that matter is bound, finitized energy, you have reduced everything to a single substance, energy open paren mind closed paren that can belong either to the domain of zero and infinity or the finite domain of greater than zero and less than infinity. Cartesian dualism with its insoluble problem of how two different substances interact is abolished and replaced instead by the radically different concept of dimensional dualism of a single substance, energy open paren mind closed paren. Mind and matter can interact because they are not separate substances but the same substance in either dimensional or dimensionless forms, which are fully linked mathematically. Cartesian dualism is not an issue of substance but of the properties of a substance, whereas two different substances can never interact. One substance with two different but related properties certainly can. Mathematics provides the medium of translation of mind and matter open paren dimensionless and dimensional energy closed paren. It bridges them, furnishes the communications protocols between them, allows their transmutation one into the other. Mathematics is thus the philosopher's stone that the alchemists sought. Calculus comes from the Latin word for small stone, and calculus, as the key to all science, can stake a better claim than anything else to being the authentic philosopher's stone. The most famous equation in science, Einstein's E=mc2, connects energy and mass, but we want to emphasize a critical point that is always invisible to scientific materialists and which underlies why they have been unable to create a grand unified theory of everything. Einstein's equation, superficially, seems to be about finite numbers but, actually, it contains a disguised reference to infinity and zero. At the speed of light in a vacuum, all objects are immaterial and do not experience either space or time. All distances are zero and time passes infinitely slowly, that is, time has stopped. This is the domain of mind, not matter. It is exactly the same domain as the one at the center of a black hole, or at the Big Bang singularity. As soon as any equation contains C open paren the speed of light closed paren, it is really telling us that the gap between the finite and the infinite is being bridged. This is a critical point. We can say that universe is composed of limiting and limitless things, mediated by mathematics. In a very real sense, Pythagoras was right when he said that all things were numbers, since numbers label every point from 0 to infinity. Anything that cannot have a number associated with it cannot exist. The Pythagorean Illuminatus, Philolaus of Croton open paren Croton in southern Italy was the first major base of operations for the Illuminati closed paren, is credited with being the first to deny that the Earth was the center of the universe. Copernicus acknowledged that Philolaus's cosmology showed the Earth revolving around a central fire open paren hearth of the universe closed paren. This central fire was analogous to what in the medieval world was called the Empyrean, the abode of the gods, except the medievals moved it from the center of the universe to beyond the stars, where it thus attained the status of highest heaven. Aristarchus, another Illuminatus open paren from Samos, the same island as Pythagoras closed paren, refined Philolaus's system and replaced the central fire with the sun. Thus he was the originator of the heliocentric model of the solar system some 1,800 years before Copernicus. His astronomical ideas were ignored in favor of the geocentric theory of Aristotle and others, which reached its supreme expression in the system put forward by the ancient astronomer Ptolemy around 150 CE. Open paren. His book on the subject was called Almagest the Greatest closed paren. The Ptolemaic universe remained unchallenged until Copernicus had the sense to return to Aristarchus's model. It's astonishing that 1,800 years were lost. The blunder prospered because it was completely in line with Abrahamic views of creation. No one was motivated to challenge it, and eventually no one did. Thanks to the Inquisition, humanity has lost countless productive years because of the retarded views of the Abrahamists. Imagine where we would be now if the astonishing discoveries of the ancient Greeks some 2,500 years ago had been relentlessly pursued ever since, rather than being sidelined while the human race got on with religious slaughter and mania. The Illuminist heroes of the infinite. Nicholas of Cusa open paren 1401-64 closed paren was an influential Catholic humanist, mathematician, philosopher, theologian open paren, rising to the position of cardinal and papal legate closed paren, and a secret member of the Illuminati. He traveled widely and was tasked with reforming the corrupt practices of a number of monasteries. His suggested reforms were so radical that they were never implemented. Had they been, Catholicism might have been able to clean up its act sufficiently to prevent the rise of Protestantism, which was in many ways a backlash against the flagrant financial abuses of the Church and the low moral standards of priests, monks and even popes. Nicholas was a proponent of the philosophy of Neoplatonism open paren, which could be made to look like Catholic orthodoxy by a sufficiently careful writer closed paren. He described the universe as maximum contractum, the totality of finite things, flowing out from and returning to God open paren, maximum absolutum, the absolute maximum closed paren, God being equated with the ineffable one of Neoplatonism. This remains the position of the Illuminati to the present day. The maximum absolutum is all about infinity, while the maximum contractum is all about the finite. Nicholas described Christ as a kind of interface between the maximum absolutum and maximum contractum, being part of both domains simultaneously. He was the first person since ancient times to present a non-geocentric view of the universe, though he was of course extremely careful concerning what he wrote for fear of attracting the attention of the Inquisition, and his main work was published posthumously when he was beyond its reach. Copernicus open paren 1473-1543 closed paren, the founder of modern astronomy, knew of Nicholas of Cusa's ideas, and it can be inferred that these spurred him to begin his momentous work on the heliocentric cosmos. Open paren. Nicholas did not in fact endorse heliocentrism. His view was the ultra-modern one that no universal center can be defined. Nevertheless, by challenging geocentrism, he provided scope for new cosmological models to be advanced closed paren. Nicholas of Cusa's central teaching was, in effect, the pantheistic one that the universe is God divided into small bits, each bit is part of God, and God is in each part. This is very similar to the holographic principle that the whole is made up of all the parts, and each part contains the whole. When all the pieces are put together, they are God as totality. God, being infinite, can be divided into infinite finite bits. By expressing these views, Nicholas of Cusa is credited with being the first person to formally contemplate and propose that the universe was infinite open parent, though his conclusions were theoretical rather than observational, as in the later case of the English Illuminatus Thomas Digges, who explicitly declared that there were infinite stars close parent. Nicholas wrote that, this being the case, the universe could have neither a center nor a circumference. The question of whether the universe has a center has turned out to be one of the profoundest questions of all, and the position of the Illuminati since Leibniz is that it most certainly does, the Genesis singularity. Nicholas's position was that we are all part of God and hence we can all enjoy an immediate intuition of God, such as mystics claim to experience, extending the idea, we ourselves can become God. We are part of the whole, but each part contains the whole, and if we are sufficiently prepared, we can grasp the whole within us, and that means that we are God. Nicholas was recognized as one of the great geniuses and polymaths of the 15th century. Arguably, he was the true founder of the modern scientific age, particularly in astronomical and cosmological terms. Copernicus, Galileo and Kepler all read his works open parent, the last referring to him as divinely inspired close parent. Nicholas was a major influence on Giordano Bruno open parent, whom we will look at next close parent, and both men were an inspiration to Gottfried Leibniz, one of the greatest illuminists of them all. These three men, two Germans and an Italian, form one of the golden triads of the Illuminati. All three men were obsessed with infinity and infinitesimals. Nicholas advanced an argument that the maximum open parent God close parent cannot fail to exist and that nothing at all would exist if the maximum did not exist. This is the central doctrine of Illuminism. He also declared that the absolutely maximum and the absolutely minimum coincide. This, again, is essential to Illuminist thinking. Nicholas argued that maximal and minimal motion are indistinguishable at infinity. He denied that in the created world, infinite motion is possible, and he equally denied that absolute rest is possible. He stated that everything in the universe is in motion, whether or not it appears to us to be. This last statement is consistent with the zero-point energy of modern physics. He challenged the idea that there were perfect circles in nature, and this opened the way for Kepler to work on the radical idea of elliptical planetary orbits. Open parent. In fact, the Illuminatus Hypatia had worked on elliptical orbits over a 1,000 years earlier close parent. Nicholas also denied the existence of the perfect cosmic spheres that ancients loved so much and around which they had based their cosmology. Infinity has always been a preoccupation of the Illuminati. It was understood by the Illuminati long ago that the key to comprehending the universe was to relate zero and infinity, the mystery numbers, to all other numbers open parent, the finite numbers close parent, thus establishing a complete mathematics covering all possible bases open parent. This is implicit in Pythagoras's declaration that numbers are the arc close parent. Although the task was apparent, the solution wasn't. Zero and infinity were extremely poorly understood, and it wasn't until Leibniz that the jigsaw was finally completed. A mathematical genius, the inventor of calculus, Leibniz was the first philosopher to have the technical expertise in mathematics and full grasp of the advanced knowledge of zero and infinity to resolve the fundamental framework of existence. Giordano Bruno open parent 1548-1600 close parent. I can imagine an infinite number of worlds like the earth, with a Garden of Eden on each one. In all these gardens of Eden, half the Adams and Eves will not eat the fruit of knowledge, and half will, but half of infinity is infinity. So an infinite number of worlds will fall from grace, and there will be an infinite number of crucifixions. Once a Catholic friar of the Dominican order, Bruno was a remarkable Italian philosopher, mathematician, astronomer and illuminatus. who ended up being found guilty of heresy by the Roman Inquisition and burned at the stake. Hence he entered the pantheon of heroes not only of the Illuminati but also of scientists, atheists, philosophers and everyone opposed to church authority. He is regarded as a martyr for free thinking and modern scientific ideas. He enthusiastically championed the cause of Copernicus and his heliocentric cosmology, and developed the ideas of Nicholas of Cusa Open Perrin, who had tried to maintain the semblance of an orthodox Catholic stance. Perrin into a much more self-evident pantheistic system where God and the universe are essentially one. All things in the universe come from God and are unified in God. It was primarily for his pantheistic beliefs that he was found guilty of heresy. Open Perrin, his view of an infinite, pantheistic universe influenced Spinoza, who thus fell foul of the Jewish community of which he was part. Spinoza was accused of atheism and expelled for heresy. Perrin. The list of accusations against Bruno included: 1. Perrin holding opinions contrary to the Catholic faith and speaking against it and its ministers. 2. Perrin holding erroneous opinions about the Trinity, about Christ's divinity and incarnation. 3. Perrin holding erroneous opinions about Christ. 4. Perrin holding erroneous opinions about transubstantiation and Mass. 5. Perrin claiming the existence of a plurality of worlds and their eternity. 6. Perrin believing in metempsychosis and in the transmigration of the human soul into brutes. 7. Perrin dealing in magic and divination. 8. Perrin denying the virginity of Mary. 9. Perrin immoral conduct. 10. Perrin blasphemy. 11. Perrin holding the Arian heresy that Christ was less than the Father. Open Perrin. Bruno claimed that Jesus was merely an unusually skillful magician. Perrin. 12. Perrin holding that the Holy Spirit is the soul of the world. 13. Perrin holding that the devil will be saved. 14. Perrin holding that there was no creation and there will be no last judgment. All of the Illuminati held such views, of course. When Bruno was burned, it was with his tongue imprisoned because of his wicked words. Open Perrin, some sort of contraption was fitted over his head, and his mouth jammed open with a wooden rod, preventing him from speaking. Perrin. His ashes were dumped into the Tiber and all his works were placed on the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, the Catholic list of prohibited books. Like all Illuminists, Bruno was well-versed in Neoplatonism and Hermeticism. He was the first person to suggest that our sun was actually a star. This led him to infer that there must be planets orbiting these other stars, and hence, since there are infinite stars, the universe must contain an infinite number of inhabited worlds populated by other intelligent beings. Such thoughts were astounding and unprecedented in the age in which he lived. Bruno said that the infinite universe was filled with a substance pure air. Open Perrin, ether or spiritus. Perrin that offered no resistance to the heavenly bodies which, contrary to prevailing opinion, weren't fixed within spheres but moving under their own momentum. This notion of a universal ether wasn't overthrown until the arrival of Einstein's special theory of relativity. While the old cosmic view said that everything above the level of the moon, all stars, planets and moons, was made of ether, Bruno maintained that stars, planets and moons were in fact made from the four elements of earth, water, air and fire, just like the earth, but in different proportions. He maintained that the same physical laws operated throughout the universe. Space and time, he said, were both infinite. The universe was eternal, so there was no scope for either the creation or the last judgment. Bruno regarded the solar system, comprising a sun, open Perrin star, closed Perrin orbited by planets, as the basic unit of the universe. Open Perrin. He didn't manage to conceive of galaxies, which didn't come into the picture until William Herschel's seminal work a couple of centuries later. He asserted, contrary to modern science, that all matter possesses mind and is intelligent. His ideas on infinite worlds were frequently ridiculed. He was way ahead of his time. His contribution to the birth of modern science remains controversial, but he was unquestionably one of the founding fathers of the view of the cosmos requiring no creator God. Eventually, he will be seen as more perceptive and correct than modern scientific materialists. He wrote works on how to improve memory and developed a quite prodigious memory himself, so astounding that he was accused of using magic and witchcraft. After leaving the Dominicans, Bruno traveled widely in Europe and became one of the most notable figures of his age. He conceived the universe as composed of infinite, uncaused, imperishable parts, to which he gave the name monads, which united to form bodies. Souls, he thought, were a special category of monads, which could control ordinary monads. This concept of monads was decisive in the work of Leibniz. Arguably, it is the most important doctrine of Illuminism. The whole mathematical edifice of Illuminism is constructed from foundations consisting entirely of monads. Leibniz was able to show mathematically how the entire universe is built from monads, and we will be revealing his monumental and breathtaking work in the God Game: How to Create the Universe. Quite simply, there is nothing more wondrous than how Leibniz started with a single mathematical unit, a monad, and from it described everything. Leibniz took a monad and transformed it into God using nothing but mathematics. It's thanks to his brilliant mathematics that the Illuminati can refute scientific materialism. Like Illuminism, scientific materialism is based on mathematics. The decisive difference is that scientific materialism declares that the smallest unit of existence is an unimaginably small 1-dimensional string of energy vibrating in an 11-dimensional space open paren 3 of regular space, 1 of time and 7 spatial dimensions rolled up so small they are virtually invisible close paren. Illuminism, on the other hand, asserts the primacy of mind over matter and defines the smallest, indivisible unit of existence not as a material object at all, but as a mind, a monad. The physical universe is a result of monads operating in a 6-dimensional universe of 3 real space dimensions and 3 imaginary space dimensions. It's no exaggeration to say that the whole destiny of the human race depends on whether humanity will follow scientific materialism or Illuminism. The two positions clash head-on mathematically, and we will show in the God Game: How to Create the Universe that Leibniz, the inventor of calculus, the main tool used by science, devised the supreme mathematical system that explains all of the features of the universe. Naturally, all other religions, especially the lunatic religions of faith and revelation, are excluded from this debate. Only Illuminism, thanks to mathematics, can rationally challenge and refute scientific materialism. In the final analysis, mathematics is the sole truth. Everything else, frankly, is bullshit, and the biggest bullshit of all is faith. Faith ought to be excised from the human condition. It serves no useful purpose at all and is frequently toxic and malignant. Only stupid people value faith. Rational people stick to reason and logic, facts and evidence. Spinoza. Where Descartes taught that the universe comprises 2 kinds of substance, mind and body, Spinoza declared that only one basic stuff constitutes the whole universe, and he called it God. Everything in the universe is God. All the apparently individual things belong to one great whole. Contrary to Descartes' doctrine that mind and body are, more or less, completely separate, Spinoza said that every object is both mind and body. A mind cannot exist without a body, nor a body without a mind. God's substance, the basic stuff of the universe, is infinite, limitless, self-caused, self-determined and immortal. The view wherein God is identified with everything is called pantheism. Spinoza argued that God has an infinite number of attributes but only two are apparent to human beings: body and mind. Moreover, these are entirely independent of each other, neither affecting the other in any way. However, a bodily event is simultaneously a mental event because there is only a single substance, and an event happening to that substance is detected and interpreted by all of its different attributes or modes. The mental mode will have a reaction to the event, as will the body mode. This view is labeled psycho-physical parallelism. Mind and body always act in parallel, never separately. So, the universe is invariably in perfect mind and body synchronization. Although this gets rid of the Cartesian mind-body dualism, it doesn't do anything at all for human free will. Dan Brown. Dan Brown's book Angels and Demons is concerned with the Giordano Bruno period of the Illuminati's history, while Bruno, Diggs and Nicholas of Cusa were all members of the Illuminati. Copernicus, Galileo, Descartes and Spinoza were not open parents. Sadly, some towering figures have been missed by the Illuminati. Brown's book was right to emphasize a scientific and philosophical clash between the Illuminati and Catholicism, culminating in Bruno's shocking execution. But Brown completely missed the fact that the Illuminati were fundamentally a religious rival to Catholicism, not a group of bitter, secular scientists. As he portrays the Illuminati. Other prominent Illuminists of this time were alchemists: Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa von Nettesheim, 1486–1535, a German magician, theologian, and alchemist. Agrippa is considered one of the founding fathers of occult philosophy and was known as the Prince of Magicians. He was a great scholar who studied law, medicine, science, philosophy and languages. He traveled widely but fell foul of the church on several occasions. In one case, the Franciscans drove him out of town for encouraging the skeptical examination of religious texts. In another instance, he saved the life of a peasant woman accused of witchcraft by the Dominicans. Again, he was forced to leave town. The Faculty of Divinity in Paris burned one of his books in which he condemned the vanity of much of what was taught in universities. Just as many academics in the present day churn out worthless papers to make themselves look busy and important, so it was in Agrippa's time. Montaigne, Descartes, and Goethe were all influenced by his skeptical approach to the appearance of learning rather than actual learning promoted by complacent, cynical institutions. Agrippa's major work was called The Occulta of the Occult. In it, he promoted the value of studying other religions, and he declared that no one should take up magic without first being well-versed in theology, physics and mathematics. He promoted an integrated view of all knowledge, saying that all subjects complemented and reinforced each other: a key Illuminist doctrine. He spoke of three domains: the elemental, material, celestial and intellectual. Each domain is controlled by a superior, anticipating Kant's noumena versus phenomena. He spoke of the occult virtues of things as opposed to their immediately perceptible qualities, saying that they arose from the world soul and the souls of planets. That is, they were astrologically determined, so to speak. He devoted a great deal of time to numerology, the magic powers of numbers, and how they shaped cosmic harmony. He discussed the hierarchies of angels and demons, and was equally at home talking of the rites of the ancient Greek religion of Orphism. A major influence on Illuminism. His work inspired Giordano Bruno and John B. He was one of the models for Goethe's Faust and was accompanied everywhere by a black dog, which was regarded by his enemies as his familiar. Agrippa declared, "Nothing is concealed from the wise and sensible, while the unworthy cannot learn the secrets." He emphasized the law of resonance: "All things which are similar and therefore connected are drawn to each other's power." Unusually for his time, he had an extremely high opinion of women. In the Declamation on the Nobility and Preeminence of the Female Sex, he wrote that women were morally superior to men and understood religion better. There's certainly a lot to be said for that view. Imagine if all popes, priests, pastors, imams, rabbis, gurus and prophets had been women rather than men. Who can doubt that the world would now be a vastly better place? All of the extremism, fanaticism, violence and hatred would have been avoided. Paracelsus open Theophrastus of Hockney 1493-1541 close paren was a Swiss wonder worker and alchemist, an expert on Neoplatonism, Hermeticism and all things Pythagorean. He portrayed the cosmos as a single coherent organism pervaded by a unifying and life-giving spirit. The whole, including humanity, was God. This view brought him into conflict with the Church, of course, which maintained that God was the creator and necessarily separate and different from his creation. Paracelsus is said to have been the first person to use the word unconscious in a publication and to speak of psychosomatic illness. He declared, "If the spirit suffers, the body suffers also. Every part of the body contains the effective cause of its cure." He is credited with being the founder of homeopathy and styled himself the Christ of medicine. He has been identified in some circles as the real person underlying the mythical alchemist Christian Rosenkreutz of Rosicrucian fame. All learned men and women in Europe became transfixed by the idea of a secret brotherhood of sages preparing to transform the intellectual landscape artistically, religiously, scientifically, politically and socially. Paracelsus's motto was Ulterius non sit qui successi potest let no man belong to another that can belong to himself, and isn't that what it's all about, belonging to yourself rather than to others? Define yourself, create yourself, be yourself. Don't let your parents or peers construct or control you. Don't let ancient traditions determine who you are. Don't believe the propaganda of corrupt states. Mystics: Jacket Burma open paren 1575-1624 close paren an uneducated German cobbler who became a famous mystic and theologian. Without the benefit of a formal education, he was necessarily self-taught, and in some cases that can be the best possible route for an innovative genius. They don't have to follow any rigid curriculum or set of idea of pre-conceived ideas imposed by the establishment. Burma said that the fall was a necessary stage in the evolution of the universe and that it was necessary for humanity to go through hell before it could reach heaven. Many people ask us why humanity succumbed to the satanic religions of Abrahamism. It's simple. The satanic age reflects a primitive human mentality, and only as humanity evolves dialectically can it shake off the infantile, irrational superstitions of the past on which Satan feeds and flourishes. Reason, not crucifixes or silver bullets, is the greatest threat to the devil and renders him powerless over us. But reason isn't genetic. Reason is dialectical. The dialectic is driven by repeating cycles of antithesis, thesis and synthesis. At higher and higher levels, Satan is associated with all parts of the dialectic that are low, disgusting, primitive, selfish, wicked, greedy, irrational, will-driven, egotistic. God cannot come into being without overcoming everything that is low in him in order to find everything that is high. Satan is essential to evolution. He is the necessary dialectical precursor of God, the supreme cosmic antithesis that must be mastered. To stupid people at a low stage of dialectical evolution, Satan can seem to them the true God. They literally don't know any better. Satan is not the absurd guy with a tail and a pitchfork that you see in medieval engravings. He is an immensely seductive being, Mephistopheles rather than Lord of the Flies, who offers to grant people their greatest desires. It's not at all surprising that people worship the devil and think him God. It's a natural stage in the unfolding of the dialectic. But those of us who have long since left behind us the childish ways of Abrahamic religions have raised the dialectic to a higher level, and the Satanists are now a backward, primitive group that holds back human progress. They must be defeated in order for humanity to accelerate towards the true God. In relation to the Trinity, Burma described God the Father as fire, God the Son as light, and God the Holy Spirit as the principle of life. He wrote that it was necessary for humanity to depart from God open paren, or the primal unity, we might say closed paren, since it was essential for the original cosmic unity to undergo differentiation in order for opposites and conflict to come into being. Open paren. We see something similar in Jung's concept of individuation, where all psychic functions must be separated and differentiated in order to be understood, and only then can they be reassembled at a much higher and more productive level, much better able to achieve their goals because now they understand how they all fit together. Close paren. Satan's rebellion was necessary, Adam and Eve's disobedience was necessary, the existence of good and evil was necessary, all the ills of our existence were necessary in order for the cosmos to evolve to a new, higher state of harmony. Through overcoming these resistances, the cosmos would become much more perfect than the original and simplistic state of innocence. Above all, God himself would attain higher self-awareness. God's understanding of himself grew via his interaction with the things of the world, including all the unsavory elements. Free will is the essence of the cosmos. How could a cosmos of obedient automata ever allow dialectic progression and higher wisdom to be achieved? Free will, involving bad choices and stupidity, leads to a much smarter world because ways have to be found to overcome the sea of ignorance and self-destructive choices. An American Air Force saying is, it takes a great enemy to make a great airplane. In exactly the same way, it takes the greatest devil to make the greatest God. God and the devil are indissolubly linked dialectically. It would be insane to say that God exists but the devil doesn't. That's the same as saying that good exists but there's no such thing as evil. Good is a relative term that only has meaning in relation to non-good. Similarly, God, as the highest repository of reason, wisdom, perfection, and operating in the interests of all, only makes sense in relation to stupidity, imperfection, irrationality, superstition and selfishness. It would not be ridiculous for a Christian to suggest that God became incarnate as Christ as a means to educate and perfect himself through living a sinful life open paren, in similar fashion to the Illuminati's sin for salvation doctrine, in which sinning is a vital component of mental health and progression. Close paren. Like many Illuminists who dared to make their work public, Burma was accused of heresy and being a toxic influence. Lutheran pastor Gregorius Richter wrote, there are as many blasphemies in this shoemaker's book as there are lines. It smells of shoemaker's pitch and filthy blacking. May this insufferable stench be far from us. The Aryan poison was not so deadly as this shoemaker's poison. Even though, in the tradition of many Illuminists working in a Christian world, Burma tried to couch his work in apparently orthodox Christian terms, any well-educated Christian could see right through them to his heterodox views. Religious controversy dogged him until his death. Burma was heavily influenced by Neoplatonism and alchemy, and was well-informed about Kabbalah. In relation to the Illuminati, Burma found Grandmaster Paracelsus particularly important and inspirational. Burma's work had a profound bearing on Hegel's work, especially Burma's radical assertion that God becomes conscious of himself through the objects of the universe. Burma talked of the divine, blind craving giving rise to the universe, which proved to be full of contradictions and opposites. These were all eventually reconciled and united in a higher, conscious God. Open Perrin and Hegel said, of course, that this process of reconciling opposites took place via the dialectic. Close Perrin. Rosicrucianism and Martinism were indebted to Burma, and he was a major inspiration for German Romantic philosophy, particularly in the case of Schelling. Richard Buck's influential work on cosmic consciousness at the beginning of the 20th century paid tribute to Burma's spiritual enlightenment and highlighted the central inference of Burma's writings that there is ultimately no distinction between human beings and God, that is, we can all become God. John Milton was a keen student of Burma's work, and the great illuminatus romantic artist William Blake found Burma an inspirational figure. Schopenhauer admired him and Hegel declared (Burma) was the first German philosopher. As humble geniuses from modest backgrounds go, Burma is amongst the very best and most significant. Politics: Johannes Althusius (Perrin 1557–1638) He was a German thinker who asserted that rulers were only legitimate while they served the interests of the people, and if they violated this contract, it was right for them to be overthrown, executed and replaced. Adam Weishaupt was heavily influenced by Althusius. Tommaso Campanella (Perrin 1568–1639) He was an Italian Dominican monk, persecuted by the Inquisition. He was imprisoned for a total of 27 years. His most famous work was The Utopian City of the Sun, where he described a state not unlike Plato's Republic. Knowledge was the key to this society, and distinctions were made between people purely on the basis of their knowledge. That is, this was a knowledge-based meritocracy. Priest-philosophers, contemptuous of material wealth and devoted to revealing the divine truths, ran the state. City of the Sun was a book greatly admired by Adam Weishaupt. People such as Nicholas of Cusa, Bruno, Althusius, Campanella, Burma, Agrippa and Paracelsus are mere footnotes in history, but they should in fact be regarded as towering figures in the progress of the dialectic of human knowledge. They made vital contributions within the Illuminati and paved the way for the ultra-giants such as Goethe. Perrin via Paracelsus, Agrippa and Burma. Weishaupt. Perrin via Althusius and Campanella. Leibniz. Perrin via Nicholas of Cusa and Bruno. And Hegel. Perrin via Paracelsus and Burma. Large and small. Infinities and indivisibles transcend our finite understanding, the former on account of their magnitude, the latter because of their smallness. Imagine what they are when combined. Galileo. The whole historical march of religion, science, philosophy and mathematics has always had just one destination: infinity/zero, and zero and infinity. Everything is decided, all mysteries explained. What is quantum mechanics? The science of the very small. What is relativity theory? The science of the very large. What is the grand unified theory of everything? The unification of quantum mechanics and relativity theory. Why haven't they been successfully unified? Because both theories are wrong. Neither knows how to handle zero and infinity correctly. M-theory, the last great hope of scientists to explain everything, will fail. Why? Because it's based on the premise that zero does not exist. And if zero does not exist, then the catastrophic equation 1 divided by 0 equals infinity does not exist either. The whole intellectual basis of M-theory is to avoid zero and infinity by positing tiny energy strings with non-zero size as the fundamental entities of existence. It's rather amusing/depressing to realize that M-theory, despite attracting many of the finest brains of the human race, will definitely fail. It will fail because rather than confront zero and infinity, it has tried to define them out of existence. You can't wish away reality simply to make your calculations easier, no matter how much the instrumentalists might wish you could. M-theory is nothing but instrumentalism turned into ideology. The infinitely large at one end of the scale of existence and the infinitely small open pair and the infinitesimal closed pairing at the other, define the limits of existence, and also its origin. Materialism focuses on finite things we can grasp with our senses, and finite things are based on finite numbers. Materialism then makes the extraordinary assertion that only finite things exist and thereby fails to address the totality of reality. It's no good being able to understand all the numbers between 0 and infinity when, in fact, it's 0 and infinity that give rise to all the rest. The last great battles of science, mathematics, philosophy and religion will be fought nowhere else than on the field of 0 and infinity. Once 0 and infinity are accommodated, you can rest assured you have found the final answers to everything. There's literally nowhere left to go. You've run out of numbers. Every last one has been accounted for. Here is ultimate wisdom. Mathematics describes everything that can exist. If a number can't be attached to it, then it cannot exist. The number that gets attached to the elementary unit of existence, the monad, is 0. 0 is not nothing. It is something. It is a mind. It is a soul. It is an indestructible, immortal, immaterial living entity with infinite mental capacity sufficient to accommodate knowledge of the entire universe. The universe doesn't come from nothing. It comes from 0. Existence has room for infinite zeros, and each 0 has infinity mental energy, and that energy can enter the dimensional universe and become finite, material things that we can detect with our senses. Space and time are the dimensional means by which 0 and infinity are rendered finite. Materialism is all about the finite while idealism is all about the infinitely large and the infinitely small. The finite does not create 0 and the infinite, the reverse is true. The finite is possible only because of the existence of 0 and the infinite. 0 and infinity define the domain of dimensionless existence, open pair in mind, closed pair, and hence mind underlies and defines matter, not the other way around. Materialism is the doctrine that the material world exists wholly independently of minds. If there were no such things as minds, there would still be a material world. Idealism, on the other hand, is the doctrine that the material world is impossible without a prior world of mind. If there were no minds, there would be no matter. A mental world could exist without any matter at all, but the reverse could never be the case. Materialism can be converted into the rather odd mathematical hypothesis that it's possible for a consistent and complete set of numbers to exist that does not contain 0 and infinity, while idealism is the mathematical statement that 0 and infinity can exist on their own without any other numbers and, additionally, that a consistent and complete set of numbers cannot exist without 0 and infinity. Any system of mathematics that dispenses with 0 and infinity is, of course, absurd, and yet that's exactly what scientific materialism amounts to. It's mathematically ridiculous. Leibniz was the originator of the most fundamental question of all: why is there something rather than nothing? He found it impossible to answer satisfactorily until he translated the question into mathematics. He equated nothing with 0 and something with any number greater than 0. The question was then radically transformed. If 0 has real existence, in particular if it corresponds to Descartes' extensionless, thinking substance, then zero is something and there is in fact no such thing as nothing. It's just a different form of something, a type of something we can't physically detect with our senses but that we can detect with our minds. In these terms, the original question can be answered simply, there is something rather than nothing because there is no such thing as nothing. Nothing corresponds to zero and zero is something. Absolute nothingness is an impossible state. If zero is something then all numbers correspond to something and mathematics defines the entirety of existence. If zero is something, there's mathematically no scope at all for non-existence: there's something rather than nothing because mathematics guarantees it. What would it mean if zero did not have real existence, that is, did not correspond with something real and was genuine non-existence: absolute nothingness? How could any other numbers exist if zero didn't, given that zero is the origin of all the rest? Is it possible to have graphs, functions and coordinate axes that have the number zero in mathematical reality but not in actual reality? If zero exists mathematically but does not exist in reality, how can mathematics be used as a tool for describing reality? Mathematics can reflect reality only if all of mathematics does, and that means, above all, that zero must reflect reality in some way. Otherwise the assertion would be that reality miraculously corresponds with mathematics except in one place: zero, the origin, the singularity. Why should the most important point of all be left out? When we draw an x-axis and y-axis intersecting at zero, are we saying that all points defined by those two axes can correspond to something real? Open paren 0, 0 close paren, the origin. If all numbers above zero can correspond to something, why should zero alone be excluded? Why would nature prohibit a single number from having reality? Any number arbitrarily close to zero could correspond to something real, but zero itself would vanish from reality. How could that be? It would mean that reality would be meaningful as we approached infinitely close to zero but then would mysteriously blink out of existence at zero itself. And what if we look at the issue from the other perspective? If zero didn't correspond to some kind of reality, then it would mean that reality would literally pop into existence at any point arbitrarily close to zero but not zero itself. That has the most radical implications. If zero equals non-existence, then if any object is shrunk down to zero, it vanishes from existence. Where does it go? What happens to it? Black hole singularities are physical entities where precisely this process takes place. Are scientists seriously claiming that black hole singularities are actually non-existent? What happened to the mass and energy of the dead stars that gave birth to them? Where did they go? Even worse, the Big Bang singularity, from which everything emerged, would have to be defined as non-existence. Meaning that scientists are proclaiming that existence can literally pop out of absolute nothingness, out of non-existence. This is a fundamental contradiction of the first law of thermodynamics. It is impossible for existence to become non-existence or vice versa. Some scientists try to get round this by talking of a free-lunch universe where all universal properties exactly cancel out, leaving zero. Philosophically, this amounts to claiming that existence based on cancellation to zero is identical to absolute non-existence. Hence the two states can seamlessly flow in and out of each other without any contradiction of the first law. Open paren. This, of course, is ridiculous. Non-existence and existence are incompatible in every way. Close paren. Non-existence equals existence: that's the mad logic you have to accept if you're a scientific materialist. So, we can now boil down materialism and idealism to two bizarre assertions: 1 close paren tab materialism: non-existence equals existence. 2 close paren tab idealism: nothing equals something. In the case of idealism, 0 equals nothing equals mind equals something. In the case of materialism, 0 equals non-existence equals existence where all properties cancel to 0. Idealism asserts that nothing, meaning non-existence, is an impossible state because nothing will always in fact correspond to mind, characterized by the number 0. Materialism asserts that the only reality is 0 equals non-existence. Existence is possible only to the extent that it always cancels to 0, that is to non-existence. So, idealism proclaims nothing an impossible state and materialism proclaims something open paren anything other than 0 close paren an impossible state. If idealism is true, all numbers from 0 to infinity have reality. If materialism is true, 0 alone has reality open paren since everything must always cancel to 0 close paren and 0 equals non-existence. Materialism proclaims that 0 corresponds to non-existence and then says that only 0 is possible. We exist ergo materialism is proved false. Idealism proclaims that 0 corresponds to mind and therefore non-existence is impossible. We exist ergo idealism is proved true. This is the proof of the truth of idealism and falsehood of materialism. The whole issue revolves around the meaning of 0, whether or not it corresponds to something real, extensionless existence mind. If non-existence is what you get if you shrink down everything to 0, it means that everything that exists is founded, ultimately, on nothing at all, on nothingness. The universe would then be the shakiest edifice conceivable, literally built on foundations that don't and can't exist. According to scientific materialism, all dimensionless points, the bedrock of mathematics and space, correspond to non-existence. Such is its abhorrence of conceding that 0 is something that it would rather declare the universe, and us, non-existent, rather than associate 0 with mind. Scientific materialists associate it with non-existence, rather than have the material world emerge from a mental substratum open paren as in idealism close paren. Materialists would prefer to say that matter arises literally from nothing at all, from non-existence. Such a claim is philosophically incoherent in every way. Existence is mathematical and once nothing is understood as 0 then it's apparent that the state of non-existence open paren absolute nothingness close paren is impossible because it would represent a state out with mathematics. And no such state exists since existence is inherently mathematically defined. To put it another way, why is there something rather than nothing, is actually asking if mathematics defines all possible states. If it does then any non-mathematical state is impossible. There is only one theoretically possible non-mathematical state absolute nothingness, the absence of everything, the absence of numbers, of mathematics itself. If such a state were possible, we wouldn't be here. We are here. Hence all states of existence are defined mathematically, and existence must be mathematically complete in the sense of accommodating all possible numbers. That means that 0 must be real, that is 0 describes a definite state of existence. We might even conceive of 0 as possessing an active will to generate all other numbers. Something exists because nothing open paren 0 close paren exists. 0 is the genesis point, the origin, the singularity from which everything else flows, and it is pure mind. Pythagoras' statement that all things are numbers was triumphantly vindicated by Leibniz. Existence is possible only because of mathematics and the numbers from which it is constructed. And thus Leibniz concluded that the fundamental unit of existence was the monad and that its number was 0 and that all of existence originates from monads, of which there are an infinite number because if one monad can exist then there is no sufficient reason open paren a primary logical tool deployed by Leibniz close paren why an infinite number cannot exist too. He next asked the question of how much mind a monad possessed. What was its capacity? Was a monad restricted to a single thought? Again, the principle of sufficient reason provided the answer. If a monad can consist of one thought, there is no sufficient reason why it cannot consist of infinite thoughts. It wouldn't be restricted to, say, 15071 thoughts, would it? There would be no sufficient reason for the number of thoughts to be limited in any way. If there is no sufficient reason for a finite mind, then it must be infinite. Thus Leibniz comprehended the truth of existence. The fundamental units of existence are extensionless, dimensionless points called monads, and there are an infinite number of them. Moreover, each monad has infinite thinking, mental capacity. If we introduce the word energy, then we can say that a monad's mental energy is infinite. It was that dimensionless mind energy the zero-point energy, the limitless energy of zero that was converted into the dimensional energy the energy of finite numbers at the Big Bang that created the material world. There you have the whole thing. Existence consists of infinite zeros, each of infinity energy. Each zero is immortal, indestructible, indivisible, and capable of acquiring infinite knowledge with its infinite mind. Every zero can become God. Every zero starts as a blank mind and gradually populates its mind with experiences, knowledge, memories, which are all in truth just mathematical signals and patterns. When it has completed the job, it has attained the state of maximum actualization. It has reached its omega point and become God. Existence is the tell of how zero minds with infinite capacity become infinitely populated minds containing all the knowledge of the cosmos. Is there any idea more simple, more beautiful, and more powerful? The universe did not come from nothing. It came from zero. Zero is mind, hence mind underpins matter, hence souls are real, the afterlife is real, and God is real. Leibniz in mathematics proves the existence of God and life after death. Moreover, calculus is possible only because physical space is actually an infinite mathematical space of infinite monads zeros. Calculus could not be performed if were not underpinned by monads. Leibniz was the genius who tied together mathematics, zero, calculus, the soul, the afterlife, and God in one astounding mathematical formulation that no one on earth can refute. Insofar as there is an absolute truth of life, this is it. Leibniz did the job. He didn't use faith, or revelation, or experiments. All he used were pure reason, pure logic, and pure mathematics. Existence is nothing but the story of zero told by a self-generating cosmic mathematician. It's impossible for existence to be anything other than this. We are all zeros marching across the face of eternity and acquiring infinite knowledge on our journey, enough to make us God. We said right from the outset of our website that we could all become God, and Leibniz's mathematics proves it. In many ways, he himself became God in order to provide the answer. He saw the ultimate state of things and how it couldn't possibly be any other way. Mathematics is not just the queen of the sciences, it's also the queen of philosophy and religion. Why has science been so successful? Because it uses mathematics. Mathematics is the only guarantor and source of authentic knowledge. Without mathematics there would be literal nothingness, complete and absolute non-existence. Mathematics defines existence. Nothing else does. Existence cannot be grasped non-mathematically. Amongst the Illuminati, it is agreed that the task that Pythagoras first defined, of determining the mathematical truth of reality, was completed by Leibniz. Hegel then addressed the next task: the dialectical progression of mind as potential to absolute mind of total actualization, and how that progression generated consciousness, and human institutions that reflect the evolution of the mind. As far as the 19th century Illuminati were concerned, All the essential problems of existence were resolved by the time of the death of Hegel, at least in terms of the big picture, if not all the fine detail. That remains the Illuminati's view. Nevertheless, we have continued to refine and perfect all of the dialectical strands and take them ever closer to their omega points. The ideas of non-Illuminists such as Nietzsche have been embraced and pressed into service in the monumental Illuminist edifice of thought. We assert that no one on earth understands existence with greater clarity than the Illuminati. Science waves the banner of materialism. Illuminism flies the idealism flag. Zero and infinity in the battlefield. Everything depends on the outcome. If materialism is correct, death is final. If idealism is correct, souls are immortal. Therefore there is no more important question. The fate of humanity, of life itself, depends on the outcome, literally. No religion other than Illuminism has anything of true worth to contribute to this debate over the soul of humanity. Science and Illuminism are the only parties to the debate, the only parties worth listening to. Everything else is bullshit, and the bullshit doesn't get any bullier or shittier than that served up by Abrahamism, the dumbest of all dumb religions, a complete irrelevance in terms of the central question of existence. In the far distant future, humanity will classify belief in the Abrahamic God alongside belief in fairies, elves and goblins. That's how ridiculous Abrahamism is. It may sound extraordinary, but differential and integral calculus, which are founded on the infinitesimal, are ultimately nothing other than the mathematics of the soul, and through calculus, physicists have been able to describe the universe on the scale of the infinitely large. Calculus allows the infinitely small and infinitely large to be combined in the most fruitful way. Calculus is possible only because monads exist. Leibniz was the champion of both calculus and monads, and that of course was no accident. Kurt Gödel, the great genius of the incompleteness theorem, believed that Leibniz had secretly solved all of the problems of existence. Well, the Illuminati wouldn't disagree. Isn't it a thing of wonder that calculus, the main tool of scientific materialism, is the silver bullet that kills materialism? Isn't it a thing of wonder that the main tool of theology is, ultimately, calculus, and that virtually all theologians are therefore unqualified to speak since they know not one jot about calculus? The existence of God is purely a mathematical issue and can only be comprehended mathematically. Any book of Revelation must be a mathematics book to be taken seriously. Who would have thought it? Mathematics, the most hated subject in the world, is the source of, well, everything. What an irony. The answers to everything lie in the subject to which most human beings are allergic, the subject which truly terrifies them. Where better to bury the greatest secrets of existence? All things are numbers, said Pythagoras 2,500 years ago. The rest of the world is just catching up. What is unquestionably true is that if something can't be labeled via numbers, open paren coordinates, quantities, magnitude, volume, density etc. close paren, it can't exist. Monads exist because the numbers 0 and infinity apply to them, and, because of monads, all other numbers are possible. The key to existence is 0. Does it correspond to something real or does it correspond to non-existence? This is the question that divides idealism and materialism, and which is essential to the possibility of life after death. If the number of the soul is 0 and 0 is a real thing, then we can never die. If 0 is non-existence, not only are we sure to die, but it becomes impossible to understand how we could ever have existed in the first place. If 0 is non-existence, how could things that exist ever have emerged from the Big Bang singularity open paren, the cosmic 0 close paren? If 0 is non-existence, are the centers of black holes non-existent? That is existence seeded with non-existence rather than being a continuous field of existence with no catastrophic discontinuities between existence and non-existence. Is it even possible for existence and non-existence to co-exist? Just as nature is said to abhor a vacuum, wouldn't existence immediately flow into places of non-existence like water going down a sink? Alternatively, wouldn't non-existence swallow existence into oblivion? On-existence and non-existence like two different and incompatible substances, they can't ever be found together. One excludes the other. You can't have one or the other but never both. As soon as zero is understood as dimensionless mind, consistent with Descartes' unextended thinking substance, then existence forms a continuous field from zero to infinity and non-existence becomes formally impossible. The materialist view that zero is non-existence leads to incoherent and untenable statements that there is a discontinuous field of existence, and reality is underpinned by non-existence. Materialists adopt this view solely because they cannot grasp the concept of free-standing mind that can be physically detected with their senses. Rather than acknowledging dependent mind, they would prefer to declare the nonsensical position that non-existence is the basis of reality. Mathematics shows humanity the truth. Ultimately, things can only be understood to the extent to which they can be turned into mathematical propositions. Who would have guessed that the endless debates between idealists and materialists could all be laid aside and replaced with a single question? Does the number zero correspond to a fundamental aspect of reality, open paren mind close paren, or to non-existence? The consequences of both positions can then be analyzed mathematically to see which leads to the most rational and consistent outcome. If zero is something, existence is a continuous field from zero to infinity, and all numbers from zero to infinity form a complete system of mathematics with no gaps. If zero is nothing, open paren non-existence close paren, existence is a discontinuous field that excludes zero. And mathematics open paren in relation to reality close paren is an incomplete system in which zero does not exist, and any appearance of zero in any equation signifies the presence of non-existence. To divide any number by zero is to divide existence by non-existence. But if zero corresponds to mind while all numbers greater than zero but less than infinity correspond to matter, then dividing a finite number by zero corresponds to dividing matter by mind rather than existence by non-existence, which sounds more plausible as a real process in the real world. To physicists, division by zero is abhorrent, and M-theory is all about trying to stop it from ever happening. They haven't realized that what they are actually trying to do is create a mathematics in which the number zero open paren hence infinity to close paren is absent. A mathematical system without zero and infinity is incoherent and incomprehensible. In fact, it's ludicrous. What they ought to be doing is embracing the reality of zero and infinity and treating division by zero as the wondrous and fascinating interface between matter and mind. M-theory is not going to stop just because we say it's absurd. Endless papers will be written about it by clever scientists trying to advance their careers. It's the culmination of the materialist paradigm. It would take a wasted century before scientists realize it's the road to nowhere. The grand unified theory of everything can be completed only when the existence of zero open paren mind close paren is accepted as reality. One thing we can't stress enough is that mathematics is not a mental exercise divorced from reality. Mathematics is reality. Most people think of zero in terms of counting. For example, it's possible to have 2 apples, but what about 0 apples? This is the wrong way to think of mathematics in relation to reality. Instead, it should be considered in terms of a physical process. For example, what happens when you reduce matter to zero? Black holes provide the perfect example. is the center of a black hole non-existence or mind? That is the supreme question. Matter has been reduced all the way down to zero, so what's left? Something or nothing. Has matter vanished from existence, or has it been transformed into mind? The idea that matter could disappear entirely open paren in blatant contradiction of the first law of thermodynamics close paren undermines all notions of the solidity of existence. It means that the supermassive black holes at the center of galaxies are holes of non-existence at the center of existence. But if matter can't disappear, but only be transformed open paren as in the first law of thermodynamics close paren, then supermassive black holes must be considered as mental entities. Are they like divine minds guiding the galaxies, just as the ancients thought that deities steered the planets open paren, or indeed that the planets were deities themselves with planetary souls close paren? This example demonstrates the difference between the materialist and idealist approaches. Everything depends on what happens when a non-zero entity is reduced to zero. Does it cease to exist, or is it converted to something else? Mind. Which version sounds more plausible and rational? The two apples. If I have two apples and I take two apples away, I am left with no apples. Zero. If I have two apples and throw them into a black hole and they are crushed down to zero, what do I have? Do I have no apples? Have I literally removed two apples from existence, annihilated them in blatant contradiction of the first law of thermodynamics? Or do I in fact have two transformed apples (zero apples open paren mind apples close paren? Do you see what has happened? In the first case where two apples are subtracted, zero is being used as nothing more than an arithmetical counting device. In the second case where the two apples have been physically reduced to zero, zero is now a thing that exists within reality. Zero is a monad. It's possible to start saying such things as I have two zeros open paren monads close paren. In other words, zero is no longer simply a marker representing the outcome of total subtraction. It is now an entity that can itself be counted. It's a real thing. Materialism denies that zero is ever a real thing. It also denies that infinity is ever a real thing in the world. It uses zero and infinity purely as numbers for counting, not for describing real things that exist in the real world. The Illuminati assert that zeros open paren monads close paren are the fundamental basis of reality, from which everything else is constructed, and that each monad has infinite capacity. Materialism denies the existence of infinite-capacity monads. It declares them impossible. It is therefore in the rather problematic position of openly admitting that the laws of materialistic physics fall apart at the center of black holes open paren and by the same token at the Big Bang singularity close paren. They are absolutely right. Materialism does indeed fall apart at singularities. It is precisely at singularities that idealism is proved as the basis of existence. Materialism dies while idealism comes into its own. Singularities are pure mind, outside space and time. Singularities are the greatest problem facing physics because they stand as the definitive refutation of materialism. So, how have the physicists responded? By abandoning their disproven materialism. You must be joking. They have embarked on the mad M-theory mission to try to prove that singularities can never happen open paren because if they can, materialism is thereby refuted close paren. M ought to stand for materialism because M-theory is the final attempt to save materialism from well-deserved extinction. What M-theorists are hoping to do is demonstrate that zero is excluded from reality. If you burrow down far enough, you will reach a material limit: a 1-dimensional string loop of energy vibrating in an 11-dimensional space. So, in this view, mathematical space where zero can exist is separate from real space where zero can never exist. In the view of Illuminism, mathematical space is real space, the two are identical, and that is the key to understanding reality. The Illuminist view is entirely consistent with calculus, where the distance between 2 points can be reduced to zero. M-theory, although it is based on calculus, actually rejects calculus because it maintains that the distance between 2 points can never in reality be reduced to zero. If M-theorists were better mathematicians and philosophers, they would realize the futility and fallacy of what they are attempting to do. They are attacking mind and mathematics in order to save materialism. Why bother? Materialism is the doctrine that free will is an illusion. Does anyone anywhere seriously think that's true? M-theory could be regarded as the greatest folly of all time, the attempt to disprove that human beings have free will. Free will is a function of dimensionless existence where it is not subject to the inexorable laws of scientific cause and effect that apply to dimensional existence. Free will is all about zero. Illuminism is on the side of zero, infinity, mathematics, calculus, mind, consciousness, life, free will, the afterlife, the soul and God. Scientific materialism is opposed to all of those. M-theory's ultimate vision is of an 11-dimensional space uniformly filled with finite 1-dimensional loops of energy called strings. For some inexplicable reason, one of these exploded, was subject to an enormous inflationary process, and created the universe as we know it, which turns out to be a free lunch universe of zero energy because the positive energy of particles is exactly cancelled by the negative energy of gravity. So, the universe we inhabit is defined by zero even though materialism claims that zero does not exist. That's materialism view. Somehow, these lifeless, mindless, energy strings create mind, life and the illusion of free will. But M-theory does of course contain nothing at all to explain how this is possible. It will therefore be a rather disappointing grand unified theory of everything. In fact, it will be the last testament of materialism. The impossibility of finite creation. Nature is an infinite sphere, whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. Pascal. The ancient Greeks typically believed that a stationary Earth was fixed at the center of a finite universe, with the cosmic boundary set by the crystal sphere of fixed stars, and this view was adopted, with a refinement or two, by Abrahamism. Copernicus, although placing the Sun rather than the Earth at the center of the universe, continued to advocate spheres, circular orbits and a finite universe. That said, Copernicus located the sphere of fixed stars so far away that the universe was now much vaster than anyone had ever previously suggested, and it was no longer much of a leap to consider that it might in fact be infinite. Although Copernicus didn't take that step, his successor, Illuminatus Thomas Digges, certainly did. Illuminists Nicholas of Cusa and Giordano Bruno both held that the idea of a finite universe was absurd because an infinite, omnipotent God would never tolerate bounds. He needed an infinite canvas for his infinite power and knowledge. We might conclude that a finite universe was possible if God lavished infinite love on it, but we can rule that out thanks to the legions of damned open pair in 98.3% of humanity. Apparently closed paren. In hell, God seems rather more inclined to infinite hate. Nicholas and Bruno were both obsessed with infinity, infinity of space and time and spiritual infinity as well as physical infinity. Only infinity could reflect the infinite God. Finitude was a contradiction in terms in relation to the infinite God. Bruno wrote: "The one infinite is perfect. Simply and of itself nothing can be greater or better than it. This is the one whole everywhere, God, universal nature. Naught but the infinite can be a perfect image and reflection thereof, for the finite is imperfect, every sensible world is imperfect, wherefore evil and good, matter and form, Light and darkness, sadness and joy unite, and all things are everywhere in change and motion, but all things come in infinity to the order of unity, truth and goodness, whereby it is named universum. Bruno regarded infinity in terms of freedom. A finite universe was like a prison. Infinity destroyed the walls of the prison and allowed endless possibilities. Enormous, wide spaces were opened up physically as well as for the imagination. Inexhaustible treasures were now available. The ultimate cosmic treasure hoard. Bruno wrote: there is a single general space, a single vast immensity which we may freely call void. In it are innumerable globes like this one on which we live and grow. This space we declare to be infinite. Elsewhere, he said: thus is the excellence of God magnified and the greatness of his kingdom made manifest. He is glorified not in one, but in countless suns, not in a single earth, but in 1,000, I say, in an infinity of worlds. Many people find infinity disturbing, but what are they so worried about? The basic unit of the physical universe is a galaxy. A galaxy is made up of more than 100 billion stars. Each star is potentially the center of a solar system, being orbited by several planets, one of which might be suitable for the evolution of life. Our own solar system and galaxy is nothing other than a reflection of the pattern of the whole universe. There's nothing out there that's different. Infinity is just endless repetition of this pattern. If you know one element of the pattern, you know the whole lot. By concentrating on our own world, we know how intelligent life on all worlds operates. Reason and logic are the same everywhere. All thinking beings think exactly as we do. They are all subject to the same psychological forces. They may have evolved radically different cultures from ours, but we would still recognize those cultures. Humanity itself could have developed differently. Across our website, we have illustrated key turning point in history where humanity might have gone down entirely different paths. Christianity might never have happened, nor Islam. Imagine a world without those pernicious religions. The Enlightenment might have swept away all monarchs and old religions. Although history could have been drastically different, it would still have been recognizable. We can all imagine much better human races than the one we have now, but we can also imagine more horrific human races. Imagine the whole world under Sharia law or Judaism. Life wouldn't be worth living. Don't become obsessed with the possibilities of infinity. There's nothing out there that's new or alien. We have it all on our own doorstep. In fact, we have it all within ourselves. We are made of stardust and we are a microcosm of the macrocosm. As above, so below. The answers to everything lie within ourselves. Look inwards, not outwards. You are the answer to your questions if you did but know it. Bruno wrote, open the door through which we may look into the limitless, unified firmament. We are the door, you are the door. Plato's demiurge. Plato is rather vague on the subject of the origins of things. In essence, he says that an immaterial, immutable domain of perfect forms has existed eternally. He makes no attempt to explain how the forms came into being. They just are. They are thus in the same territory as the Abrahamic goddess, being perfection that has always existed and did not evolve in any way. Next, for Plato, there is an eternal being called the demiurge, the public worker, the cosmic architect, who might be said to be the living agent of the domain of perfect forms. It's vital to realize that he himself does not embody the perfect forms. If he did, he would be the equivalent of the Abrahamic God. Only the forms are perfect. The demiurge is perfect only to the extent that he is guided by the forms. If he deviated from the forms in any way, he would not be perfect. This is a vital and invaluable distinction from the Abrahamic view. For Abrahamists, God is perfection and everything he does is therefore perfect. So, if he commits dreadful atrocities, those atrocities must ipso facto be morally perfect. If Plato's demiurge committed dreadful atrocities, he would be deemed wicked because he was deviating from the form of moral perfection. In other words, in Abrahamism perfection is carried by God in himself, whereas in Platonism perfection lies in free-standing forms, and for God to be perfect he must act in accord with the forms. The Platonic view, by creating the scope for God's actions to be inconsistent with the forms, allows God's actions to be imperfect. This is impossible in Abrahamism. The horrendous problem for Abrahamists is that they are then committed to regarding all of God's actions as perfect, even if they manifestly aren't. Platonists, on the other hand, are in the position to condemn God's actions if he does anything manifestly ungodlike, and they can assert that he has fallen short of the standards of perfection. Platonism allows us to judge God according to absolute standards, whereas Abrahamism denies us any such right. Abrahamism says that God is the absolute standard, so if God orders fathers to murder their children as he did with Abraham, then that is absolutely good and right. Only insanity lies down the Abrahamic road. What it permits is for any dominant person, any prophet or king, to declare that God appeared to them and told them to do X, Y or Z. As long as people believe that God did indeed speak to these people, then their conduct, no matter how sickening, will be defended and justified by the masses. This is the mechanism that has underpinned most of the worst savagery in human history. Jews, Christians and Muslims all think this way. In the Platonic world, if someone said that God had appeared to him and ordered him to kill all infidels and that everyone was obliged to help him in this undertaking or suffer hellfire, the Platonists would simply point out that killing all infidels was entirely inconsistent with the form of moral perfection, since moral perfection does not consist of exterminating those who don't share your opinions. So, Platonists are incapable of the deranged acts of Abrahamic fanatics and extremists. The idea that God himself is constrained by independent and absolute standards is an extremely healthy one, and allows a distinction to be drawn between God's actual conduct and his ideal conduct. In Abrahamism, God's actual and ideal conduct are deemed one and the same at all times and in all circumstances. The Abrahamic God is therefore made dangerously immune from criticism, whereas the Platonic God is not. There is no more dangerous concept in the cosmos than that God can neither be criticized nor held to account. The person who created this evil ideology was none other than the falsest deus, the devil. He is the one who declares that no one has the right to challenge his decisions, and anyone who does will go to hell. There is no scope for reason, logic, debate or doubt in his system. It's a system of absolute control and mindless obedience. This system is Abrahamism, and it's genuinely the worst thing that ever happened to the human race. Humanity can make no further progress until Abrahamism is destroyed. The Platonic demiurge is an eternal living being. He exists in the same immaterial domain as the forms, except whereas they are immutable cosmic archetypes that provide the absolute standards of existence, he is a dynamic, changing entity, open paren as all life is closed paren. According to one account by Plato, the demiurge creates souls by using a huge mixing bowl where he takes some of the substance of the domain of perfect forms and mixes it with the matter of the physical world. Soul substance is thus intermediate between perfection and imperfection. The demiurge admits that it is not entirely immortal and indissoluble, but he himself undertakes to ensure that it remains immortal and indissoluble. There are thus two substances with which the demiurge is able to work, soul substance and material substance. Just as matter is divided up into many pieces, so is soul substance divided up into innumerable individual souls. Souls, prior to being put in bodies, inhabited the domain of the perfect forms and had access to the absolute knowledge provided by the forms. However, These souls had wills and desires open paren originating in the imperfect substance mixed into souls closed paren that were at odds with the domain of perfect forms, and these would prove the downfall of souls. The demiurge himself, it seemed, had will and desire, above all to express himself creatively. Where souls were alive and essentially immaterial, matter was extended, solid and dead. It was a kind of formless, cosmic clay. Using the perfect forms as design templates, the demiurge fashioned this cosmic clay into copies of the forms. Of course they were mere simulacra because dead matter could not reflect the glory and immutability of the immaterial forms. Into the material copies of the forms, he placed souls. Without souls, the matter would rapidly have reverted to its formless mode of existence. The souls provided the connection with the domain of forms. Even so, the souls were not perfect at this task, and matter was always striving to return to its original chaotic state. So sooner or later things died, decayed or degenerated. That was the nature of the material world. Souls came in all grades. Some were almost as noble and wise as the demiurge and could be assigned cosmic tasks such as controlling the stars and planets and the laws of nature. Some were so primitive as barely to be souls at all and were fit at this stage only to be placed in rocks, metals and other inanimate objects. Higher souls were placed in living things such as plants. Still higher souls could be placed in animals, and the more advanced ones in human beings. The highest souls were those of the gods. The souls of human beings were eager to enter the material world, until they actually arrived there and all the wonders it seemed to promise proved illusory. The souls forgot nearly everything they knew of their prior existence, but retained the intuition that there was a vastly better place to which they could return. But how to get back, that was their existential problem. Souls are effectively in a material prison and will keep being reincarnated until they can find the key that lets them out. Plato's conception of the demiurge was essentially benevolent, but Gnostics recognized that the demiurge was the author of the miseries of the soul because he created the material world and allowed souls to be tempted by their lusts and desires into the hell of the physical domain. So, they saw the demiurge as malevolent and he became synonymous with the Abrahamic God, the creator, and was regarded as Satan himself. To summarize for Plato, there were two separate, eternal domains, one material and one immaterial. The former was dead, formless and chaotic, while the latter was living and organized according to absolute standards of the perfect forms. The perfect forms were not alive per se. Rather, they were free-standing, perfect ideas that provided the laws of existence open paren. A scientist might think of them as the laws of physics closed paren. Souls inhabited the domain of the perfect forms, and the higher the soul the more it could benefit from the absolute knowledge provided by the forms. But many souls had not evolved higher capabilities. The highest soul, the soul controller, the Lord of Souls open paren, we might call him God closed paren, was the demiurge. His idea was that souls, if they had not yet achieved the understanding of the forms that he himself had, would have to be given an alternative route to improving themselves. They would have to be motivated to learn, progress and appreciate the forms. So he placed them in a giant, cosmic prison in the material world. The only way for the souls to escape was for them to laboriously use their reason to work out the true nature of things, and be solely guided by the absolute standards provided by the forms. Intelligence and reason are all about accessing the forms. Opinion and faith are opposed to intelligence and reason and are concerned with changing, ephemeral things of no genuine value. Reason, intelligence and knowledge open paren, gnosis closed paren are the way out. There's no other escape route. The demiurge's conduct might be regarded as tough love or as satanic, depending on your viewpoint. He is thus an extraordinarily complex figure, a god capable of doing evil but for the greater good. This provides a much better explanation than anything else of how the Creator fashioned a world full of evil. Unlike the Abrahamist Creator God, the demiurge never set out to achieve anything other than a kind of hell. That said, he didn't regard it as hell. He saw it as a benevolent place serving the greatest of all functions, perfecting souls to make them fit for heaven. They were to become perfect not morally but rationally, and in Plato's view rational perfection would inevitably generate moral perfection. Reason, not goodness or obedience, is the key to salvation. The demiurges, to this extent, completely different from the Abrahamic God, who is concerned only with obedience and with the propaganda that he is always on the side of the good. Reason, intelligence and knowledge are given virtually no role at all in the Bible. They are books of anti-intellectualism. They are books for the stupid, and only stupid people read them and take them seriously in the 21st century. The Torah, Bible and Quran are offensively idiotic. They practically reek of low IQ. Plato's system is enormously more sophisticated than that of Abrahamism, but it has many gaps. All such gaps are completely filled by Illuminism. Plato's demiurge did not create the world out of nothing. Rather, he arranged pre-existing components, eternal matter and soul substance, and he used as his design guide the absolute standards of the perfect forms. The Platonic cosmos was alive since it was permeated by living souls of different degrees of awareness and knowledge. The Platonic cosmos can be considered an animal that is trying to evolve, through reason, to become worthy of the perfect forms. Aristotle's central alteration to Plato's scheme was to downplay souls and to remove forms from a transcendent domain outside of things and instead place them in things. The material world wasn't a copy of another, higher world. Rather, it was the real world. Form and matter cannot be separated. Being imbued with form, Aristotle's universe is still alive, but in a much more abstract sense than Plato's universe. For Aristotle, form, apart from one divine element creative reason died with the body. The divine part came from God and returned to God. Personal immortality was impossible as far as Aristotle was concerned. For Plato, individual souls had individual reason. For Aristotle, the reason of God entered into the material world through divine sparks, and returned to God on death. Although it guided individuals, creative reason wasn't part of individuals. It wasn't of the same essence. It had an independent existence. Transcendence versus immanence. Transcendent having existence outside the created world, free from the limitations inherent in matter, beyond our experience of phenomena, although not beyond potential knowledge. Immanent present everywhere, inherent, existing or operating within. Many of the greatest philosophical and theological debates revolve around the concepts of transcendence and immanence. Is God everywhere? Immanent Does God exist outside our world? Transcendent In other words, is he in or out of the world, in it or above it? Is he separate from it? It's his creation, but it's not him. Nor is the substance of God also the substance of the universe. Hence God is immanent by definition. Historically, all manner of answers have been given to these questions. Some philosophers and theologians emphasize immanence and others transcendence. Some say both are somehow true. Yet this seems hard to justify since the two terms seem somewhat contradictory. In terms of forms, Plato belonged to the transcendent school and his pupil Aristotle to the immanent school. Mathematically, it is indeed possible for immanence and transcendence to operate simultaneously, and it may be said that this is actually the definition of mind in relation to matter. Mind transcends matter and is also immanent in the material world. Matter, on the other hand, does not transcend mind, and nor is it immanent in the mental domain. Scientific materialism has never grasped that the transcendence and immanence of mind is essential to the functioning of the material world. Mind can function without matter, but matter can't function without mind. Strictly speaking, matter is mind, but mind that exists dimensionally rather than dimensionlessly. Only the dimensionless domain can be immanent and transcendent. This is the domain that science has never understood. It hasn't even grasped what the question is. Einstein's special theory of relativity demonstrated the existence of a transcendent and immanent domain outside space and time, yet Einstein never once comprehended the truth of his own theory. He kept saying that nothing could go faster than the speed of light in a vacuum, open paren, a completely materialistic argument, close paren, without realizing that the speed of light in its own frame of reference experience is neither space nor time, hence is everywhere at once, meaning that information, open paren, mental data, close paren, can be communicated instantaneously. Physically mediated information transfer can't exceed the physical speed of light, open paren, as measured in the physical domain, close paren. Mentally mediated information transfer never encounters any such limit, since it takes places in a channel outside the physical world of space and time. As for Plato and Aristotle, both were right and both wrong. The Platonic, transcendent domain of forms can exist and yet also operate in the immanent manner required by Aristotle. Where they were both wrong was in saying that the forms are immutable. In fact, the forms are evolutionary. Forms start out imperfectly and evolve towards perfection. They establish a feedback loop with the material world. Changes in the physical world affect the forms, which change in response and then feed back the new, updated state to the physical world, which then reacts, and so on, backwards and forwards. Thus the world is not static, governed by unchanging forms. It is dynamic, involving forms that evolve according to dimensional/dimensionless information feedback loops. Theosophy and Anthroposophy. Theosophy is ancient Greek for God-wisdom and is concerned with knowledge of divine things. It was a term used by Neoplatonists and later it was applied to the approach of Agrippa, Paracelsus and Burma, open paren, that is, it was a concept closely identified with the work and writings of the Illuminati, and indeed Illuminism declares itself the ultimate theosophical system, close paren. Theosophy, ultimately, is nothing other than a recapitulation of the Illuminist concept of apotheosis, becoming God. After all, how can true God-wisdom be attained except through the attainment of divinity? Theosophy, finally, is about the removal of the distinctions between humanity and God. At the limit, the two concepts merge. There is no unbridgeable gap between man and God. There is no duality. There is no inherent difference. God is simply evolved man. The mind of God reflects reason, logic and knowledge. The mind of an intelligent human being reflects reason, logic and knowledge. The difference is only one of degree. God is much more rational, logical and knowledgeable, but all of us can reach the same level. The laws of reason, logic and knowledge do not change from the human mind to the divine mind. The laws are fixed. The ability to grasp and apply them is the only thing that changes. We can all attain cosmic, divine consciousness. In 1875, the Russian Helena Blavatsky founded the Theosophical Society, which made the unwise claim that all religions have a portion of the truth. Anyone who says that Abrahamism has any contact at all with the truth is wrong. The Illuminati have little respect for Blavatsky's theosophy because she destroys the whole concept of religious truth by saying that truth can be found in irrational, superstitious belief systems. No, it can't. Blavatsky was a charlatan and an enemy of the truth. That's not to say that there's no profit to be had from reading theosophical works, just as it's not profitless to study Abrahamism. Interesting ideas and psychological insights can be found in all religions. Understanding why people believe in nonsense is a vital task on the road to enlightenment. Blavatsky proclaimed that there is a spiritual hierarchy, a kind of benign council of higher spiritual beings, and all the different religions are attempts by these beings to help humanity evolve to greater perfection. If that were true, we would have to conclude that they are useless at their task, that they are incapable of communicating clearly, and that they are the true instigators and authors of the wars and persecutions that have followed in the wake of most religions. So, if these are the enlightened ones to whose level we should be aspiring, we might as well do without them and go it alone. We don't want any clowns offering us bad directions. Let's not be in any doubt about this. Madame Blavatsky herself was the real spiritual hierarchy, and she wasn't worth listening to. Blavatsky's aims were threefold: 1. To form a nucleus of the universal brotherhood of humanity, without distinction of race, creed, sex, caste or color. 2. To promote the study of comparative religion, philosophy and science. 3. To investigate the unexplained laws of nature and the powers latent in man. In relation to 1. This is a naive utopianism. Religion itself is one of the primary barriers to universal brotherhood. There can be no universal brotherhood until humanity has a universal, rational religion that has absolute respect for atheism, agnosticism and skepticism. 2. Is laudable provided its aim is to critically compare rival claimants to the truth to establish the real truth. It certainly shouldn't be about treating all systems on a par. Some belief systems must be abolished, not encouraged and allowed to spread like viruses. 3. This can be achieved only through reason, logic, truth and knowledge, not by pandering to crazy superstitions and anti-science of the kind promoted by most religions. Theosophists assert that the world is made of basic building blocks that are all evolving towards consciousness. That is something with which we agree. In Illuminism, the building blocks are monads: unconscious souls with an inherent drive to become conscious and perfect, and which operate scientifically as dimensionless points of energy capable of generating dimensional energy. Theosophists say that all human beings have immortal higher selves, but their lower selves are usually completely ignorant of this higher nature and capability. All physical, emotional, and lower mental components will decompose and perish in due course. Only the higher self endures. We concur with that. Theosophists say that the higher self, open paren, which they often call the monad closed paren, has passed through myriad forms of existence including mineral, plant and animal stages. After each animal existence, the monad reincarnates, and each time it does so it learns a bit more of the cosmic puzzle. We agree with that view too. In the theosophical view of reincarnation, regression to lower forms is impossible. We largely agree with that, although it's more accurate to say that regression is unlikely rather than impossible. Any higher being could choose to return in a lower form, but what would be the point? They would only make such a choice if they had a very specific obsession, that is to know what it's like to fly like a bird. Theosophy teaches that there are higher spiritual beings than humans, the sort that in Illuminism would be called Fosters or Archons. It should be emphasized that in Illuminism rising up the spiritual scale isn't associated with becoming morally better. You can just as easily become more evil. Satan wasn't improved by mastering more and more power and control over the material world. Quite the reverse. The more power you have, the more temptations confront you. Spiritual elevation is as likely to result in malevolence as benevolence. Theosophists teach that human beings should free themselves and be their own saviors. They stand opposed to the concept that you can be saved by others. We agree entirely. Christianity is an evil religion because it says that people are powerless to help and redeem themselves. It thus makes them the slaves of Jesus Christ, without whose assistance and bestowal of grace, they will burn in hell forever. This is an utterly unacceptable belief system. Theosophy teaches the karmic doctrine that what ye shall sow, so shall ye reap. They speak of all actions having mathematically connected consequences in the karmic sense. We regard this as unutterably silly. Mathematics has no connection at all with karma. Bluntly, karma is one of the silliest concepts ever devised. It's a way for those who deny the existence of a morally perfect creator to smuggle morality into the universe by claiming it is somehow ingrained and encoded in the fabric of the universe. The truth is that good and evil are a dialectical pair, and there is no guaranteed penalty for evil actions and no guaranteed reward for good conduct. In fact, the complete reverse is often the case, as we see all around us every day. Evil is frequently rewarded and good punished. The universe is highly Manichaean. Good and evil are perfectly matched. Abraxas, the true God, isn't a deity of good and evil, rather, he is beyond good and evil. The sphere in which he operates is that of reason. The ultimate rational being sees no need at all to commit acts of evil. What purpose would such acts serve for a being operating as a kind of cosmic super-computer? The culmination of the Hegelian dialectic is the absolute mind, and this mind is absolutely rational. Imagine if the dialectic culminated with a mind of absolute irrationality. What kind of chaotic hell would it be? Ask yourself this question. Does the God of Abrahamism strike you as rational? Is his conduct rational? Are his demands of humanity rational? Are his punishments rational? Doesn't he seem like the omega point of an irrational dialectic? If he is rational, God save us. Irrationality is one of the keys to the concept of evil. Socrates and Plato regarded evil acts as the product of ignorance. Stupid people were evil because they didn't know any better. Well-educated people like themselves could never, they thought, be evil. Unfortunately, evil is more than just ignorance. People can be highly rational in their pursuit of evil ends, but the key point is that when they have attained the power they crave, it is never exercised for rational ends but for sheer selfishness, self-indulgence and narcissism. Where does the God of Abraham anywhere speak of science, mathematics, logic, reason, or philosophy? All he ever says is obey me, worship me, glorify me, or perish. What kind of rationality is that? Evil is ultimately about vanity self-love taken to a pathological degree. Involution versus evolution. Theosophy talks of an involution of spirit into matter followed by an evolution of matter back into spirit. So, what does involution mean? Whereas evolution concerns the lower becoming the higher, following an ascending trajectory, and devolution concerns the higher becoming the lower, following a descending trajectory of degeneration. And we might say that evolution and devolution are a dialectical pair always in conflict. Involution is where the higher determines or creates the lower. Involution differs from devolution in that it is not a degenerative process. On the contrary, it is a stratagem by a higher entity to attain an even higher state by going outside itself and alienating itself in order to come back to itself through an evolutionary learning process. It can be thought of as a taking one step back to go two steps forward technique. An undifferentiated mind creates the physical world of time, space and matter dimensionality in order to create individuation and a competition for power, through which individual minds will evolve, and finally the physical world will be dispensed with and all the individual minds will come back together to form a supermind, the optimized mind of the cosmos. In many ways, this is Jung's process of individuation written on a cosmic canvas. Involution is often described as the process by which the divine manifests the cosmos. Evolution is then the process by which the cosmos rises to higher states, especially of consciousness, and the divine itself attains higher states via that cosmic evolution. The cosmic involution is essentially the Big Bang, from which point cosmic evolution takes over. At the end of time, the evolved cosmos has actually become pure mind, the absolute. The whole process is therefore the unconscious absolute involutes to manifest a physical world which then evolves until all matter has been converted to conscious mind, and the unconscious absolute is now the conscious absolute. In other words, the generation of absolute consciousness is the purpose of life and the cosmos. The process can be seen in the human life cycle. A fertilized egg is the individual's Big Bang of involution, and that egg then generates an unconscious baby. Consciousness evolves during the course of the individual's life, and if he could live forever, he would achieve cosmic consciousness and become a purely mental being. After the cosmic involution, open paren, the creation, as we might call it, close paren, the divine open paren, which we might name the absolute, Brahman, God etc. Close paren is both the one open paren, the creator close paren, and the many open paren, that which was created close paren. Each one of the many comes from the one and can return to the one. In Hinduism, the cosmic soul is Brahman and the individual soul is Atman, and the task of Atman is to overcome the veil of Maya in which it is enmeshed and realize that, ultimately, Atman equals Brahman and Brahman equals Atman. Involution is how the one becomes many open paren, individuation close paren, and evolution is how the many become one again. The many are initially separate, divided and ignorant, and their task is to realize the truth of things by overcoming their ignorance through knowledge open paren, gnosis, enlightenment close paren. Involution is the enabler and cause of creation open paren. The physical world appears out of mind, not out of nothing close paren. The physical universe is the physicalization/materialization of the unconscious mind of God, and through evolution God's mind becomes conscious. Involution is described as the process of self-limitation and densification open paren, of making the infinite finite close paren of the absolute. The absolute as subject turns itself into object. In the case of human beings, object then becomes conscious, that is, becomes subject. Physicality is objectivity and mentality is subjectivity. A human being is both a physical object and a subject. The subject only became possible thanks to the evolution of the object. As mind evolves, it discovers its true source, the absolute, of which it is one cell, one facet. We might say that evolution is triggered by involution. We might go further and describe evolution and involution as a dialectical pair, operating in a feedback loop, that is, mind is continually operating on matter through involution. The evolution of matter described by Darwin is accompanied by the involution of mind upon matter open paren, a process completely invisible in the Darwinist scheme of things close paren. It is this hidden involution that directs evolution and prevents it from being random. Evolution is in fact directed and teleological. Mind and matter are working together to optimize their interaction, but the paradigm of scientific materialism ignores the mental part of this process and replaces it with randomness. The defining issue of Darwinian evolution is whether it's purely materialistic and random, or mind-driven and non-random open paren, yet the latter may appear random because the mind driving the process starts off as completely unconscious, armed only with intuitive capacity to increase its power, just as an unconscious human baby intuitively knows how to get what it wants by screaming to get the attention of its parents and to manipulate them close paren. Involution begins with mind being converted into matter. But although matter now exists, mind hasn't vanished. Mind continues to operate on matter, that is, the involution isn't switched off but works in tandem with the evolution and in fact directs evolution. the purpose being to turn matter into a form that generates or expresses more and more mind and, in particular, consciousness. Contrary to the Christian concept of intelligent design, evolution by involution is really unconscious design, which means that it proceeds much faster than materialistic random mutation, but much slower than intelligent design. Eventually unconscious design becomes intelligent design, as we see with human beings mastering such things as genetic engineering. The Christian idea of intelligent design is just sophisticated creationism, because if there were a God, an intelligent designer, right from the beginning, he wouldn't design evolution, would he? What would be the point? He would simply create and design the world as described in the book of Genesis, but clearly he didn't do any such thing. Atlanteans. Blavatsky's greatest achievement was to model some of her thinking on Leibniz's monadology, and it is this part of her thinking that is worthwhile. Wherever she deviates from it, she becomes silly. She refers to monads as spiritual atoms and says that the whole of apparently empty space is dotted with them to the exclusion of emptiness. This is entirely correct. What we call empty space is really a mathematical space of infinite monads, which are, mathematically, dimensionless points. Blavatsky spoke of human civilization developing through a cycle of 7 stages. Initially, humans were pure spirit. In the second age, they were called Hyperboreans, Lemurians in the third, and Atlanteans in the fourth. Atlantis was the lowest point of the cycle. We are now in the fifth age: the reawakening of humanity's psychic gifts. We have 2 higher stages to come. According to Blavatsky, humanity is presently at the stage of the 5th root race, the Aryan race, which originated from the 4th root race, the Atlanteans, the Aryans being the reincarnation of the inhabitants of Atlantis. The Aryans are descended, allegedly, from the 5th sub-race of the Atlanteans, white-skinned Semites. Some Semitic peoples have, in Blavatsky's opinion, become degenerate in spirituality. There's all manner of similarly bizarre racial junk to be found in Blavatsky's writings. Theosophy is jam-packed with such nonsense. It's this type of talk that renders theosophy silly and fantastical. In this view, humanity actually degenerated rather than evolved, and Darwin was completely wrong. The number 7 is sacred to theosophists, and they describe a human being as having 7 bodies: gross physical astral, prana, karma, manas, body and atman. Much of this view is cobbled together from Eastern religion Buddhism and Hinduism There's no attempt at any scientific, mathematical or philosophical justification for this elaborate scheme of Russian doll bodies, which supposedly exist on different planes of existence. Theosophy underlies much of New Age hippie junk, its religion for cannabis heads and ecstasy pill poppers. Musical Armageddon. Theosophical musician Alexander Scriabin devised a quartal synthetic chord, labeled his mystic chord. He planned to perform a multimedia work in the Himalayas that would trigger a benevolent Armageddon, described as a grandiose religious synthesis of all arts which would herald the birth of a new world. The piece, called Mysterium, was never performed due to Scriabin's death in 1915. Did the world dodge a bullet? Anthroposophy. Anthroposophy is ancient Greek for man wisdom as opposed to theosophy's God wisdom, yet if God and man are ultimately the same, so are theosophy and anthroposophy. Anthroposophy concerns knowledge of the nature of man and is a direct offshoot of theosophy, being founded by the theosophist Rudolf Steiner 1861–1925 Steiner was the German speaker from the Austro-Hungarian Empire He was born in modern-day Croatia Anthroposophy is a spiritual philosophy postulating the existence of an objective, intellectually comprehensible spiritual world accessible to direct experience through inner contemplation. Open paren in the manner of ancient Neoplatonism. Close paren. To access this spiritual world, it is necessary to develop a form of thinking that is independent of sensory experience. The senses are all about the physical world and nothing to do with the spiritual world. If you want to interact with the spiritual world, it must be through non-sensual thinking. So the best place for it is meditation, where the senses are as quiescent as possible. Using modern thinking, we might say that the dominant left brain is preoccupied with the physical world, and it is the unconscious right brain that provides our link to the spiritual world. The grand ambition of anthroposophy was to attain with its investigations of the spiritual world the precision and clarity of science's investigations of the physical world, hence to be a spiritual science. Anthroposophical ideas have been applied to education. Open paren. The internationally famous Steiner/Waldorf schools. Close paren. Biodynamic agriculture, medicine and the arts. The Anthroposophical Society has its international headquarters at the Gothenum in Dornach, Switzerland. Open paren. Steiner was a devoted admirer of Goethe and wrote 2 books on him. Close paren. Steiner developed a concept of free will based on inner experiences, especially those concerned with creativity. In many ways, creativity is the essence of freedom. How would you program a robot to develop creative behavior? Creativity involves having thoughts no one has ever had before and which often have no obvious precedent. A Darwinist might describe evolution based on random mutation as creative, leading to unprecedented life forms, and say that mental creativity is yet another type of randomness applied to mind rather than matter. Yet creativity has to be recognized for what it is and then exploited to mine its worth. How would a random process recognize its own importance? It can't. In the theory of natural selection, it doesn't have to, and simply prospers and becomes dominant in its environment. Yet a creative innovation is instantly recognized as such by the mind. The question, at root, is whether apparently random mutations taking place in the evolutionary environment of materialism aren't as random as they seem, and are recognized at some level by a primitive, unconscious mind then actively exploited. This would lead to radically faster evolution. Scientist Fred Hoyle stated: "The probability of life originating on Earth is no greater than the chance that a hurricane, sweeping through a scrapyard, would have the luck to assemble a Boeing 747. If that's right, it's impossible that life, in the materialistic sense, could have originated anywhere at all, never mind the Earth, in which case, life exists because life has always existed, because the universe is inherently alive. The atoms of which human beings are made are alive, but they cannot express that life meaningfully. When they arrange themselves into human beings, then their living qualities become manifest. To say that life emerges from atoms is really to say that the life already possessed by atoms is given the means to express itself meaningfully. Complex arrangements of atoms give rise to complex expressions of life. That is the law of life. Creativity's key feature is that it can change behavior, and even human history, in a radical way. It introduces new laws into the world. Imagine the laws of physics generating new laws as time goes on. Imagine the universe being completely different tomorrow because of some new law. That could be disastrous for the cosmos, but in the mental sphere the creation of new laws, ideas, and ways of doing things is the driver of all progress. The mind is inherently the sphere of the creative, the novel, the unexpected, and the unprecedented. Steiner split from the Theosophical Society because he thought it overly oriented towards an Eastern and especially Indian approach. Steiner wanted to have a more Christian and scientific emphasis. A parting of the ways was inevitable when the Theosophical Society presented the chilled Jiddu Krishnamurti as the reincarnated Christ. Steiner was outraged open paren, and many years later Krishnamurti himself repudiated the claim closed paren. So Steiner created anthroposophy to allow him to develop theosophical ideas in what he regarded as the most productive way. Steiner claimed to have direct experience of the Akashic records, the supposed spiritual chronicle of the history, pre-history, and future of the world and humanity. He thought that general access to this incredible cosmic library of all the knowledge ever collected would lead to a transformation in humanity. He was strongly of opinion that a person's moral development must precede the development of spiritual faculties, although it's hard to see how morality has any connection at all with enhanced knowledge of the spiritual world. If black magicians are both immoral and powerful, then clearly it wasn't their goodness that secured their enhanced powers. Steiner was a typical moralist and far too attracted to Christianity, and this largely undermined his work. The Illuminati had a considerable interest in Steiner due to his admiration for Goethe, but decided against recruiting him. Anthroposophists promote a process of inner development based on achieving conscious control of imagination, inspiration and intuition. We certainly agree with this part of their program. It was said that non-sensory or supersensory consciousness could be achieved. Of course, the immense danger with this approach is that it invites fantasy, delusion and wishful thinking, and a great deal of anthroposophy is of that ilk. Sensory data gathered from the material world provides objective evidence, so science is able to compare theory with data and abandon any theories inconsistent with observations. How would anthroposophy accomplish something similar in the psychic sphere? What objective facts could be appealed to? What restraints are there on flights of fancy that are completely unprovable? Steiner believed that the human capacity for rational thought would allow individuals to comprehend spiritual research on their own and be independent of the authority that bedeviled mainstream religions with their sacred and infallible texts. He contrasted the anthroposophical approach with, on the one hand, mysticism open paren, which he considered deficient in clarity closed paren, and, on the other, science open paren, which he considered limited to investigating the outer, material world and ignorant of the inner, mental world which it couldn't meaningfully address closed paren. Sadly, anthroposophy is no kind of substitute for science and looks exactly like mysticism, and indeed mostly attracts the mystically minded. Psychologists, especially Jung, have created a much more fruitful anthroposophy. In fact, what is psychology if not wisdom concerning humanity? What is now needed is correlating psychology with objective facts concerning the brain. If the secrets of the right hemisphere of the brain can be unlocked, what remarkable new vistas will be open to humanity. Also needed is a mathematics of the mind that is studying the mathematical underpinnings of all mental phenomena. Steiner said that human beings had four components: a physical body common to everything in the inorganic world, a life body open paren, etheric body closed paren common to all living creatures open paren including plants closed paren, sentience or consciousness open paren, the astral body closed paren common to all animals, and the ego, in which resides the faculty of self-awareness that human beings uniquely possess in our world. Anthroposophy asserts that humanity was originally highly intuitive and possessed of a clairvoyant perception of spiritual realities. Humanity has progressively evolved an increasing reliance on intellectual faculties, which have pushed the intuitive and clairvoyant experiences to one side and rendered them atavistic. The psychically gifted possess these old qualities that, in others, are suppressed. Over-intellectualization, as in scientific materialism, has produced a sterile reliance on abstraction over contact with natural and spiritual realities. We have become estranged from our old selves that were much more naturally and spiritually oriented. The task is to combine abstraction and reason with imagination, and consciously achieve inspiration and intuitive insights. Note that this account is highly similar to Julian Jaynes's bicameral paradigm. Humanity was highly intuitive and spiritual when the old bicameral mind dominated, receiving communications directly from the gods. As left-brain rationality evolved, the gods fell silent and the left brain became the internal voice that we identify as ourself. We need to bring back some of the right-brain features without sacrificing the rational advances we made with the left brain. This is the great challenge facing humanity: to make ourselves both more rational and more intuitive/spiritual, without creating disastrous conflicts. Anthroposophy, like theosophy, embraces reincarnation and karma. It's said that the individual's karma dictates the choice of parents, physical body, disposition and capacities that will provide the challenges and opportunities needed for further development. This is the typical karmic account, and it is, of course, pure bullshit. As ever, it shows nauseating hostility towards reason. It's astonishing that people who talk about wisdom so often have contempt for reason. Why don't they ever say that we're all on a journey to become more rational and that karma is a force directed towards making us smarter rather than nicer? Why is it that so many people think being good is more important than being smart? Religions of so-called goodness have frequently proved the greatest obstacles to increased rationality. The Enlightenment was, in many ways, a war against infantile, superstitious, faith-based, naive notions of goodness. In any case, goodness was never the real issue for most religions, but rather obedience and control. Those who obey their controllers are patted on the back and told they are good and will go to heaven. Those who resist are called evil heretics and are burned at the stake. Karmic thinking is an insult to both reason and free choice. No soul is karmically directed into anybody. All souls choose using their own free will. What could be more obvious, rational and natural? There's no cosmic force pushing anyone, only their own personal inclinations. People choose their own path. Neither God nor karma contributes in any way. The universe isn't fundamentally about good and evil. It's fundamentally about reason and self-consciousness. The quicker the world wises up, the quicker we'll reach divinity. The person who has most benefited from the discourse of good and evil is Satan, because good and evil, in practice, have been all about obedience or disobedience to God. Satan. Evil has been defined as disobedience to rightful authorities, which have invariably been satanic authorities. Steiner said that Lucifer and Ahriman profoundly influenced humanity. Lucifer, the light spirit, plays on human pride and offers the delusion of divinity, but also inspires creativity and spirituality. Ahriman, the dark spirit, tempts humanity to deny their link with divinity and to live entirely on the material plane, but also promotes intellectuality and technology. Each person must find a healthy balance between these opposing influences, and the person they should turn to is the cosmic mediator, the representative of humanity, none other than Jesus Christ. He is a spiritual entity who stands between and harmonizes the two extremes represented by Lucifer and Ahriman. The characterization of Lucifer as being on the side of human pride and access to divinity, of creativity and spirituality, is all to the good. Ahriman being on the side of science, intellectuality and technology is also to the good. A combination of Lucifer and Ahriman sounds pretty damn fine, and no Jesus Christ is needed. Thank you very much. Same old Redeemer/Savior bullshit. Steiner asserted that a real spiritual world exists, out of which the material world condensed and evolved. We could certainly agree with that if by spiritual world he meant an unconscious, informed domain of the mind, but he doesn't. He means a kind of fully fledged spiritual world of which the material world is an inferior copy, like Plato's material world being an inadequate echo of the domain of perfect forms. Anthroposophy championed artistic expression and creativity, seeing it as a valuable bridge between spiritual and material reality. We would certainly go along with that aspect of Steiner's thinking. We need an enormously more artistic and creative world. Artistry and creativity must become part of the DNA of society and the institutions of the state. The possibility of a union of science and spirit. Steiner believed in the possibility of a union of science and spirit, with the clarity of the scientific method being applied to spiritual experience, just as Plato regarded the domain of perfect forms as providing absolute reality and standards of knowledge that could only be accessed through reason. So Steiner believed in an objectively existing spiritual world, of which our world is a kind of shadow, and which can be reached through intellectual and spiritual means. If science allows us knowledge of the objectively existing material world, spiritual science should allow us knowledge of an objective spiritual world, using similar techniques to those of conventional science. What Steiner, like Plato before him, disastrously failed to comprehend is that the mental and physical worlds aren't separate worlds. One isn't an inferior copy of the other, rather, they are two interacting worlds, always influencing each other by way of matter-mind, mind-matter feedback loops. The so-called spiritual world can evolve only through its interaction with the physical world. That's why the material world was needed in the first place. If a fully realized, objective spiritual world could exist independently, what possible reason would there be for having the material world? What would be the sufficient reason for its existence? The material world would be redundant. If you wanted a lower world for some reason, it could be a lower spiritual world. Why does it have to be material, and what is the relationship between matter and mind? Why is matter part of this picture at all? Someone such as Bishop Berkeley, the great champion of idealism, would have shot down Steiner in 1 second flat by rejecting any need at all for matter. Steiner identified mathematics open in which attains certainty through rational, logical thinking, and thus through inner mental experience rather than empirical observation of external reality close as the basis of his epistemology of spiritual experience. We couldn't agree more. Unfortunately, Steiner then virtually ignored mathematics and indulged in speculation and mysticism. We entirely agree that mathematics is the basis of objective knowledge of reality. Mathematics is rational science rather than empirical science such as physics. One of the central questions of epistemology, the study and theory of knowledge, its nature and derivation, its scope and the reliability of claims to knowledge, is whether mathematics is superior to science. Scientific materialism promotes the claim that the testing, verification and falsification of theories is the only sure path to knowledge. If something cannot be tested scientifically, it is forever speculative. Since there are innumerable areas that can't be tested scientifically, it makes for a very narrow, sterile view of the cosmos. Is the testing criterion appropriate? Illuminism, following Pythagoras, places mathematical knowledge above scientific knowledge. Mathematical truths, arrived at through pure thinking and completely independently of testing, are the foundations of knowledge. The picture presented by science is wrong precisely because it has philosophically preferred testing over pure mathematical reason. Only material things can be tested, so the immaterial world has been abolished by scientists. Scientists have reached the astounding conclusion that if something isn't testable, it doesn't exist. Absence of evidence is taken as evidence of absence. This is a catastrophic doctrine, and it underlies the scientific hostility to God, souls and the afterlife. These can be directly observed and tested, ergo they don't exist. Also, scientific materialists claim, Of course, there was a time when radio waves and microwaves were unobservable and untestable. It didn't in any way affect their existence. They were there all right. We just couldn't detect them until we had the electromagnetism theory of James Clerk Maxwell to show us where to look. There are 4 approaches to gaining knowledge of ultimate reality: 1. Close parent tab. Scientific materialism says that testing of scientific theories is the only way to be certain of anything. Scientific theories are right to the extent to which they reflect empirical evidence. Anything that cannot be tested experimentally is cast off to metaphysics or religion. 2. Close parent tab. Metaphysics is literally what comes after physics, all the stuff we can't put to the test. Metaphysics is the province of philosophy, and nearly all metaphysical statements have been challenged on numerous grounds, meaning that no one takes metaphysics seriously as a source of objective knowledge. Scientists frequently sneer at philosophy, dismissing it as mere metaphysics. Of course, a huge amount of science is metaphysical. Cosmology is highly metaphysical, as are the various interpretations of quantum mechanics. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics is entirely metaphysical. Open paren, if not utter science fiction. Close paren. M-theory is purely metaphysical. Metaphysics is, on the whole, highly speculative, highly fascinating, but unreliable. 3. Close parent tab. Religion is an alternative type of metaphysics that lays claim to absolute truth by reference to some supposedly infallible authority, that is a prophet, a holy man, a guru, a saint, a messiah, a holy text, a divine revelation. Religion is based on faith. You simply have to believe without question what the allegedly divine source tells you. For any thinking, rational person, this is no kind of answer. Theosophy and anthroposophy are mixtures of religion, mysticism, fantasy, myth and metaphysics, with the occasional nod towards science. 4. Close parent tab. Mathematics, according to the Illuminati, provides the supreme and inarguable truth of the universe. Mathematics is the queen of the sciences, and the sciences are its inferior subjects. This has truly radical consequences. Mathematics, unlike science, can be conducted purely mentally. Its truths are those of reason alone. A perfect mathematical universe could be constructed entirely in the mind. If the truths of this domain are valid, the claims of scientific materialism are destroyed, since empirical testing plays no part. Euclid's books on geometry were thought to be unarguably true for over 2,000 years. When they were eventually challenged, they weren't demonstrated to be false. Rather, their range of applicability was shown to be not as general and had been believed. Bernard Riemann's 19th-century work on non-Euclidean curved spaces showed that there were domains where Euclid's theorems didn't work, but new theorems did. Riemann's work, which had seemed to be mathematically fascinating but with no real world applicability, ended up providing the mathematical basis of Einstein's general theory of relativity. Einstein's special theory of relativity is underpinned by four-dimensional Minkowski space. Quantum mechanics is derived from matrix mechanics and wave equations, entirely mathematical constructs. Mathematical postulates, theorems and axioms can all be challenged rationally, that is, they can be tested, but in the mental domain of reason, not the physical domain of matter. Leibniz's monads, immaterial, dimensionless points with infinite energy capacity, are not in the physical world, hence cannot be subject to scientific tests. The question is one of whether the existence of monads can be demonstrated rationally, open paren, like a mathematical theorem, close paren, and whether their existence and properties predict features out of the material world that can be experimentally verified. That is, the existence of monads should be proved rationally and inferred scientifically. Monads must not be treated as metaphysical entities. Only the astounding power of mathematics saves them from this fate. The whole of the universe, mental and physical, can be constructed from nothing but monads. It cannot be stressed enough how crucial mathematics is. Without mathematics, there could be no order and organization in the cosmos. In the absence of mathematics, there would be nothing but randomness and chaos. There would be no patterns, no laws, no relationships between things. In fact, it can legitimately be asked whether there could be anything at all. The power of mathematics is nowhere better demonstrated than in music. Music is nothing but audible mathematics based on mathematical waves, but look at the effect music has on us. How can mere waves reduce us to tears? It's because mathematical forms carry information. In fact, mathematical forms are information. All chaotic mathematical forms perish. The ones that survive are the stable, self-reinforcing ones. As music demonstrates, mathematics can express feelings and will. In other words, mathematics is not some dry exercise in pure logic. Emotion is itself mathematical. What is the soul? It is a mathematical entity. All of its features are mathematical. Its desires, its will, its feelings, its reasoning capacities are all mathematical. Schopenhauer said that music was a copy of the primordial will. He was wrong. Music is the primordial will. In a very real sense, souls, and hence human beings, are musical instruments playing myriad tunes in the mental and physical domains. Here is wisdom. The journey from the unconscious to consciousness is exclusively a mathematical journey. Consciousness corresponds to particular mathematical patterns. If we knew enough mathematics, we could convert the entire physical world into mathematical patterns. Your unique mathematical pattern could be stored in a computer and you could be turned into a virtual reality version of yourself in cyberspace. You would be your own avatar. You could also be physically resurrected. Mind and matter are both expressions of mathematical patterns. Our rational thoughts reflect mathematical patterns. Our feelings reflect a different type of mathematical pattern. Our will, our desires, love, happiness, laughter, hope, fear, anxiety, faith, all of these are mathematical patterns. If we were to see people of faith and atheists side by side under a mathematoscope, we would notice different wave patterns, reflecting distinct reason and faith patterns. The whole universe is, frankly, nothing but mathematics. Matter, mind, the unconscious, consciousness, feelings, desires, will, they are all mathematical. The universe is just the unfolding of the most wondrous equation of all, the cosmic equation. It converts simple mathematical patterns open paren potential close paren into the most complex imaginable open paren actualization close paren. What is evolution? Increasingly complex mathematical combinations. What, finally, is consciousness? It is nothing but self-aware mathematics. The key issue in constructing a rational universe is to identify the arc, the fundamental stuff of existence. We have described it in mathematical terms as a dimensionless point called a monad open paren, a unit of existence close paren. We have said that if one monad exists, then so must an infinite number according to the Leibnizian principle of sufficient reason. Each monad has infinite capacity, but in what regard? What is the monad made of? What does this dimensionless point comprise? Is it dimensionless energy? But what is dimensionless energy? In fact, an astonishing truth begins to unfold, one first perceived by Pythagoras. Numbers are the arc, or, to be more general, mathematics is the arc. Each monad has infinite mathematical capacity, and that capacity is actually what energy means. Energy is the never-ending performance of mathematical operations. That's all that energy is. It's impossible to define it in any other way. The first law of thermodynamics stating that energy can be neither created nor destroyed, only transformed, is in fact a statement about mathematics. Mathematical operations can be neither created nor destroyed, only transformed. All events that take place in the universe involve transformations of mathematical equations. That, ultimately, is all that ever happens. Mathematical equations keep changing. There is not a single thing that can be conceived of that, if we had the benefit of a miraculous microscope that revealed the underlying reality, would not be seen to involve a change in a set of mathematical equations. We traditionally think of mathematics as a set of rules, operations, laws, axioms and equations, as a tool used by a mind, but in fact mathematics is the mind. Mathematics is both the mind and its activity. No distinction can be drawn. What is a mind if not its activity? Mind is living mathematics. The universe is made of living mathematics. Only mathematical operations are ever happening in the universe. The greatest image ever presented of true reality is the screen from the movie The Matrix, showing code endlessly cascading down an endless river of data, a flow that can never cease. The code can transform itself, but that's all. It can't create brand new code out of nothing, and no code can ever disappear. The equations keep changing, for all eternity. The universe of becoming is a universe of dynamic equations that can never stop changing, like the code on the matrix screen. In the matrix, the operators looking at the screens could see what the code meant in terms of people and things. Their minds automatically translated the code into recognizable things, but that translation process was itself mathematical. The cosmic journey, when seen in its barest, starkest form, is nothing but the unfolding of the simplest mathematical equation to the most complex. God is the answer to the cosmic equation. God is the equation that has become fully conscious of itself. At that moment, it has absolute understanding of everything. God is the supreme expression of the mathematical potential of existence. The cosmic equation of existence is a self-learning equation. Its purpose is to make itself more complex, to evolve, to attain more power. What is death? A reformulation of the equation, a termination of a certain part of the equation. When the cosmic equation has reached its omega point and become God, what does it do? It resets everything to zero. It reboots itself. We can think of the cosmic equation as being continually beset by defective, unproductive equations, like viruses. The cosmic dialectic is about maximizing the equation, by overcoming all the suboptimal equations. Satan is the supreme defective equation, obstructing the culmination of the cosmic equation. The universe can be conceived as an enormous self-programming system, attempting to optimize itself. It makes innumerable blunders, generates all manner of defective equations and suboptimal solutions, but it learns from them all and corrects them all and keeps improving. It is driven by a dialectical process. It learns through reconciling contradictions in a higher synthesis that preserves the best of the thesis and antithesis and eliminates the worst of them. That is the guaranteed formula for improvement. Memories are mathematical and are stored and accessed mathematically. All diseases are glitches in equations. Death is an unrecoverable breakdown in our personal set of equations. The part of our equation that is determined by the material world is dissolved, necessitating a rebalancing of the equation in the mental domain. At a future point, our personal equation can again extend itself into the physical domain in the process that we call reincarnation. The underlying reality is of a continually changing equation. A writer who has been successful, but not nearly successful enough in terms of the quality and importance of his core idea, is Douglas R. Hofstadter, author of Gödel, Escher, Bach and An Eternal Golden Braid. He has subsequently written another book called I Am a Strange Loop, in which he again advances his thesis that consciousness originates in a strange loop. A strange loop is described in the following way: the strange loop phenomenon occurs whenever, By moving upwards open paren or downwards closed paren through the levels of some hierarchical system, we unexpectedly find ourselves right back where we started. Hofstadter continues: implicit in the concept of strange loops is infinity, since what is the loop but a way of representing an endless process in a finite way? We can consider a monad, with its infinite capacity, as the ultimate strange loop. Hofstadter writes, in short, an I comes about, in my view, at least, via a kind of vortex whereby patterns in a brain mirror the brain's mirroring of the world, and eventually mirror themselves, whereupon the vortex of I becomes a real, causal entity. Hofstadter has never really succeeded in making his concept clear enough, and we can see with his definition of I that he is firmly in the materialistic world of brains rather than the mental world of minds. Despite that, he has unquestionably found in the abstract concept of a strange loop open paren an instrument of permanent self-reference as opposed to referencing other things closed paren the key to the individual mind, consciousness and identity. We are who we are, and we are different from everyone else, because our personal strange loop of self-reference perpetually throws us back onto ourselves and makes it impossible for us ever to break out. We are locked inside an infinite loop from which there is no possibility of escape. If we could escape, it would mean our annihilation. The fact that we can't escape means we are immortal. Strange loops can be neither created nor destroyed. They are eternal, and they can absorb infinite knowledge, experience and information, all of which is pulled into the vortex of self-reference. The key to understanding the universe as living mathematics is to appreciate that mathematics can be experienced from both the inside and the outside. A core example of this that everyone can comprehend is music. From the outside, if we looked on a computer screen at the waveforms that make up our piece of favorite music, we would see a flow of waves that would have little or no significance for us, and we would be unable to distinguish it from other songs displayed in the same way. Even the song we like least would resemble, on screen, the song we most love. But when we hear the waveforms, rather than seeing them, everything slots into place. Suddenly, we feel the music. When we are looking at the screen, we are seeing the music from the outside as an objective entity. When we hear it, we experience it from the inside. Only we can hear it in the particular way we do. We can never know for sure that our experience is the same as someone else's. We are locked inside our own strange loop. We simply assume that the strange loops of others are similar to our own and provide similar experiences, but it's impossible for us to prove it. Consciousness is about being able to reflect on what we are experiencing rather than simply having the experience, as animals do. Animals can hear our music, but they do not have our experience of it, and they are not reflecting on the experience, and nor are they capable of recalling it at will. Mathematics, from the inside, is not mathematical. It is feeling, desire, reason, will. Mathematics conveys information, but the information is not received and experienced mathematically. It is experienced as mental activity, as thinking and feeling, as intuition, as desiring, as intellect, as will, as sensations. The inside of mathematical information is what we call mind and subjective experience. The objective world is mathematics detected externally. The subjective world is mathematics experienced internally. Objectivity is mathematics from the outside. Subjectivity is mathematics from the inside. What's more, a subject can generate its own mathematical responses to the sea of external mathematics in which it is immersed, and this corresponds to free will. Our freedom lies in our ability to initiate mathematical equations, to be mathematical self-generators. We do not experience our free will as mathematics. Of course, we experience it as our individual decisions. But if we were able to see those decisions from the outside, we would see that they were nothing but mathematical waveforms conveying information. Our self-generated equations open parent our freely chosen decisions close parent affect the external world, and the external world of course affects us. We are in a permanent feedback loop with the ocean of mathematics around us. It affects us and we affect it. We are the intersection of two loops: our personal strange loop and our feedback loop with everything that is external to our strange loop. That is what existence is: the interaction of two loops, external and internal. To reiterate, although the universe is nothing but mathematics, when experienced from the inside, it's not mathematical at all. We would not suspect for a moment that our passions, our tantrums, our irrational decisions, are mathematical, but that's exactly what they are. Just as music conveys the highest emotions in a rigorous, precise mathematical form, so all our experiences open parent that we do not associate for a moment with mathematics close parent are conveyed with extreme mathematical precision, like musical notes. In a way, we can think of the whole universe as just an immense cosmic orchestra trying to play the perfect symphony, for which it needs to generate the ultimate composer, God. Mathematics is the answer to the cosmic mystery. There's nothing else. It is mind and it is matter, and it is the means of communication between them. It is time and space. It is emotion. It is desire and will. It is reason. Science is nothing but applied mathematics, and many people have succumbed to scientific materialism because of its success. But the truth is that pure mathematics is reality, and science is just a derivative of pure mathematics. Hegel conceived of the universe as an immense, rational dialectical evolution of jest open parent mind/spirit close parent to absolute jest, where it attains perfect understanding of itself. Nietzsche conceived of the universe as the eternal expression of will to power. Hegel and Nietzsche are both right. Viewed from the outside, Hegel's conception is correct. The universe is an immense mathematical equation working towards its own solution. Viewed from the inside, Nietzsche is right. We, trapped inside our mathematical equations, are obsessed with increasing in our power. Subconsciously, we are all aware that an increase in our personal power implies that our personal equation open parent part of the overall cosmic equation close parent is getting better and better. A decrease in power leads to fear and anxiety, and we know our equation is struggling. Of course, the universal equation has a fundamental problem. There is no one overseeing it or guiding it. It is solving itself, but it doesn't know what the exact method is. It is using the dialectic, the resolution of opposite, but that is a crude and inefficient method that, by definition, generates conflict. So, an increase in one person's power often signals a decrease in someone else's, and eventually the weaker person will have to fight or become an abject slave. If he fights and wins, the previous master may discover that his personal equation has gone into a disastrous tailspin. Look at the monster Rupert Murdoch, one of the most powerful people in the world, now looking weak and pathetic and in danger of losing it all. The little people fought back and beat the monster. We can all do the same. We can bring all the members of the old world order to their knees. There is nothing to fear. We just need to have confidence in our own equation. It may seem an outrageous proposition that we are living mathematics. It certainly doesn't appear so, does it? Most people loathe mathematics and are useless at it. Yet watch them effortlessly catch a ball. How are they doing it? They are solving an immensely difficult dynamical equation without even thinking about it. Look at autistic savants. They can carry out prodigious calculations faster than computers. How is that to be understood as anything other than a manifestation of their inbuilt mathematical nature? They are literally living calculators. We all have this prowess, but it is not accessible to most of us since we are much more preoccupied with other things. Many of the greatest geniuses of mathematics, science and philosophy are more or less diagnosable as having suffered from high-functioning autism: Asperger's syndrome. There is a trade-off between logos ability and mythos ability open paren reason versus feeling close paren. The more emotionally intelligent you are, the less autistic you are, but you may find yourself with little logos talent. It seems rather telling that women are regarded as emotionally more intelligent than men, but nearly all of the greatest scientists, mathematicians and philosophers have been men, and autism is much more common in men than women. Autistic savants, overwhelmingly male, are often calculating geniuses but emotional retards. Few people manage to get anything like the right balance between logos and mythos. It has been said that the average woman is cleverer than the average man, but that the cleverest men are much cleverer than the cleverest women. In other words, female intelligence belongs to quite a narrow distribution curve. Most women are of similar intelligence, and the smartest are not much smarter than the average, while the distribution curve for men is very wide. Some men are almost like apes while others are practically gods. The average man is an irresponsible, aggressive, emotionally inarticulate idiot, easily outsmarted by the average woman. A women-only world would be much happier and tranquil, but lacking the geniuses to revolutionize the world. A man-only world would be a perpetual battleground, and sooner or later a genius would come along and build a doomsday machine that would destroy the world. We almost reached that point in the Cuban crisis of 1962. We desperately need a greater female influence in the world, without sacrificing male genius. Why does the mathematical world seem non-mathematical? Schopenhauer's masterwork is the world as will and representation. In this book, he declared that the universe, as it is in itself, is pure will ceaseless, insatiable, blind striving, longing, desire, effort and urge to exist, to survive, to live. This will is outside space and time and is unindividuated. It is the cosmic noumenon underlying all things. Following Kant, Schopenhauer then asserted that there is a phenomenal world of individuation, matter, space and time, cause and effect. This is the world of representation where every object experienced as external to an individual mind is perceived as an idea, an image, a mental construct, a representation. Our own body is perceived as an external object. In this world, mind imposes an intelligible framework on the underlying will, but it's an utterly fabricated framework concealing the true nature of things. It's like the Hindu Maya in a veil of illusion. Our mind gives us an inner experience of reality, the perspective provided by a subject rather than an object. This inner experience is as close as we can get to the noumenon, but it is not the noumenon since the mind experiences space and time, which belong to the phenomenal representation of the world. Nevertheless, our innermost atemporal and aspatial cravings and desires are welling up directly from the noumenal world. Schopenhauer's work can be subtly adjusted to give us the true picture of things. Schopenhauer's noumenal will is in fact pure mathematics that we never perceive directly. For example, we hear sound, we don't experience it as mathematical waveform combinations, which is what it actually is. Rather, we represent all of the mathematics outside ourselves in terms of objects and phenomena that we take as external reality open paren the material world close paren that is our senses convert mathematical signals into sensory data. Meanwhile, our own inner mathematics, the mathematics that we generate ourselves and that does not come from sources outside us, is represented in terms of feelings, desires, will, intuition and reason rather than different types of mathematical signals, which is what all of these things truly are. Our inner and outer experiences are thus both representations of the underlying mathematical reality. Our senses represent the external reality and our feelings, desires and thoughts the inner. We are thereby permanently shielded from direct experience of mathematics. Just as we experience music as non-mathematical sound even though it is pure mathematics, So we experience everything else as a translation of mathematics. Everything we see, hear, touch, smell, taste, feel and desire is a mathematical transformation of underlying mathematical waveforms. We always get the inner subjective experience of mathematics, not the outer objective form. For human beings, mathematics is always translated into things that don't seem mathematical at all: images, smells, sounds, feelings, etc. The main reason for this is that the cosmic mathematical equation has infinite variables open paren. Indeed, each of us is a variable closed paren, and it takes an infinitely large universe and scores of billions of years to solve it. The answer to life, the universe and everything is God. God is the cosmic equation that has become fully conscious of itself. Rather than solve an infinitely difficult equation, each of us translates our part of the cosmic equation into something familiar and intelligible to us, our own life, and all the familiar objects we experience and thoughts and feelings we have. Our senses and feelings are mathematical simplifiers. They localize the ocean of mathematics in which we are immersed and allow us to concentrate on only what is relevant to us. Otherwise we'd be overwhelmed by information. Evolution is about adapting to the environment, about effectiveness rather than truth or accuracy. Through natural selection, evolution has chosen the kinds of minds we actually have, although many others were possible. Autistic minds with enormous mathematical abilities could have been chosen, but they weren't. Human minds could have been like the minds of computers, relentless calculating algorithms, but they are not. The types of minds we have are those that prospered and proved most productive. They are not the best. We could design better ones ourselves, based much more on reason rather than superstition, but they are the ones that succeeded in a brutal testing environment where the law of the jungle literally applied. They are not minds devoted to truth or reason. Open paren. As Nietzsche pointed out, there is no human organ designed for infallibly sifting truth from lies and delusion, and lies and delusions may in fact have enormous competitive advantages in many situations of natural selection. Close paren. They are minds preoccupied with feelings, desires, self-delusion, self-love, lies, irrationality, superstitions, fight, flight, fear, power. The cosmic equation didn't know how to solve itself, so it let natural selection, evolution and the dialectic decide how best to approach the task. That is, it let all of the different aspects of itself compete with each other, and it selected whatever aspects proved most successful. Why are human beings compulsive liars? Because lying has proved extremely effective. Autistics can't lie, and nor can they fall in love. They have no theory of mind, hence they have no empathy with others. The most severe cases literally don't know that different minds contain different information and different perspectives from theirs. You can lie to someone only if you know what they don't know and you know that they don't know it. An autistic person thinks everyone knows everything he knows, so the concept of lying is incomprehensible to him. An autistic person could be said to subscribe to a theory of collective mind: he thinks that all minds automatically share the same information. If we could somehow escape from ourselves and see the universe as it is in itself, in its true inner workings, what would we see? In fact, we would see nothing. Reality, as it really is, unfolds in complete darkness and silence. There are no visible objects, no tastes, no odors, no phenomena at all. It is just an equation with infinite variables changing at infinite speed, continually attempting to optimize itself, but not knowing how except through evolution via natural selection and the dialectic. It can only solve itself by becoming conscious of itself, but it can't become conscious of itself until it has solved itself. It's the ultimate catch-22. So it staggers towards the answer in a way that often seems irrational, blind, random, pointless, purposeless and even insane. which is why it's so easy for Darwinists to see little or no method but merely chance in the universe's apparent madness. Yet there is always an unconscious intelligence at work in all things, and immense intuition guiding the cosmos towards higher states and ever closer to self-consciousness. Einstein said, "The most incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it is comprehensible. The reason it's comprehensible and intelligible is simply that it's mathematical, and mathematics is completely comprehensible and intelligible. If the universe weren't mathematical, life would indeed be incomprehensible and unintelligible. In fact, there would be no such thing as life. Life is impossible without mathematics, since life is about organization, and mathematics, including logic, is the only conceivable instrument of organization." Kant declared that there was an unknowable nominal universe. This is utterly false. The so-called nominal universe is merely the mathematical universe, and it is entirely understandable mathematically. The true dichotomy that Kant was highlighting was not one of knowability but one of our experiential capability. Although we can in principle have complete rational understanding of the universe outside and beyond ourselves, and also within ourselves, we can never experience it anything other than subjectively. We can never attain an objective view of reality and see it from the perspective of a creator God looking in on it. No one can see the universe from the outside. There is no vantage point external to the universe. Our experiences of the world are conveyed mathematically but never interpreted mathematically, just as music gets interpreted audibly. In fact, we could experience music through the pressure the sound waves exert on the flesh of our hands if evolution had chosen that as a mechanism for detecting sound waves and emotionally rather than in its raw mathematical form. So are all mathematical signals reaching us and emanating from us translated into non-mathematical phenomena. We live in nothing but a mathematical universe, and the laws of science are all mathematical, yet explicit mathematics forms almost no part of our daily consciousness, which is filled instead with emotion, desire and will, interspersed with the occasional brief period of rational thinking. The view from inside mathematics, the inner experience of mathematics, simply isn't mathematical at all. We are bombarded with mathematical information all the time, and it is converted into the experience of pleasure or pain. The feeling of our power increasing is pleasurable and makes us feel strong, confident and assertive. The feeling of our power decreasing is painful and makes us feel fearful, anxious and depressed. It's this subjective feeling that is essential to the universe. If you received information and it made you feel nothing, you wouldn't care whether the information was good or bad, positive or negative. You would be completely disinterested. If music didn't make you feel something, you would be indifferent to all music. What, ultimately, is life? It is feeling, desire, will etc. which are in fact subjective experiences of mathematical information signals. If nothing was ever felt, desired or willed, there could be no life. Imagine a world full of nothing but programmed machines. It would be a mechanical, not a living world. Nothing would matter. The machines wouldn't care if they broke down. The whole thing would grind to a halt and it would be meaningless from beginning to end. What we have described is essentially the scientific materialist view of the world. The mathematical universe is alive because its interior nature is that of feeling, desire and will. Schopenhauer's will of insatiable, blind, eternal striving is the right kind of concept for the innermost nature of existence. And Nietzsche's will to power is even better. The will to power implies a permanent pursuit of greater power, an unquenchable desire for more power. Why is God so fascinating to humanity if not for the reason that he represents ultimate power? It also implies an ability to gauge where the power is increasing or decreasing, and that's where feelings, the ability to detect pleasure and pain, fit in. The cosmic will to power is clad in mathematics. We perceive mathematics as dead symbols and patterns on paper. In reality, mathematics is alive and imbued with will. Its interior nature is will, and all the mathematical information it receives from the external world is interpreted in terms of will. Living mathematics is the arc. Numbers in a real sense are alive. On the inside, they are will to power. Hegel said, "What is rational is real and what is real is rational." That should be reformulated as what is mathematical is real and what is real is mathematical. Rationality itself is just an aspect of mathematics. Anything that cannot be expressed mathematically cannot exist. Steiner the Christian. Rudolf Steiner, although showing appreciation of all religions and cultures, nevertheless emphasized the importance of Western traditions, and, above all, of Christianity. He accorded Christ a crucial role in human evolution, contending that Christ had somehow been responsible for individuated consciousness. This is nonsense. People like Jesus Christ were bitter enemies of individuated consciousness. Christ was one of the holy gang that preached the message "Follow me or perish in the fires of hell." What has that got to do with individuated consciousness? Nothing at all. In fact, it's the opposite. The first individuated consciousness in terms of a well-known historical person is Socrates, and he is first thanks to the efforts of his pupil Plato, one of the greatest geniuses in history, who publicized his life in his writings. All of the pre-Socratic philosophers such as Pythagoras, Heraclitus and Empedocles were strongly individuated consciousnesses, of course, but little is known about them in publicly available documents, and 99.9% of people have never heard of them. Pythagoras's name is known only because of his famous theorem about right-angled triangles. Beyond that, the average person is completely ignorant of one of the most important individuals in history, if not indeed the number one. Pythagoras was killed by his enemies. Similarly, Socrates was put to death by his. Athens accused Socrates of disrespecting the gods and corrupting the city's youth. He was executed because he was perceived as a troublemaker, asking awkward questions, making people doubt all the rubbish they had taught by the authorities. He would certainly have been stoned to death by the Jews if he had lived in Judah, because he would have had nothing but contempt for Jehovah. Steiner stated that Christianity evolved out of earlier religions, that Christ manifests himself in all faiths, religions and cultures in one way or another, that each religion is valid and true for its time and cultural context, and that Christianity needs to be radically updated if it is to be relevant in the modern age. While we might agree with some of these observations, we reject any religion that celebrates in any way the historical personage of Jesus Christ, the evil son of the evil archangel Gabriel. The sooner Jesus Christ is obliterated in the human memory, or transformed into a symbolic being with no connection to the Jews, the better. Steiner claimed that Christ is a being who unifies all religions. Really, what history books was Steiner reading? Was he smoking too much weed? Jesus Christ is plausibly the most divisive figure of all time. More people have been killed in his name than in anyone else's. He might as well be the god of murderers. Not far behind him is that other holy messenger who attracts legions of homicidal maniacs, Mohammed. Think how much violence, suffering and death humanity would have been spared if Jesus Christ and Mohammed had never been born. Steiner argued that all religions could claim Christ open paren, tell that to the Jews close paren, and that he was not the property of the religion named after him. He even made the preposterous suggestion that the Christ being was the central force in human evolution. He said that Christ was the redeemer of humanity's fall from paradise, and also the unique pivot and meaning of Earth's evolutionary processes and of human history. Steiner certainly wasn't a conventional Christian, so it's to understand why he was so fixated on him. In such cases, the person is often in denial. They want to be regular a Christian believer, but their rationality is too strong to allow them, so they invent a new Christ more acceptable to their reason. Strangely, Steiner believed that two different Jesus children were involved in the incarnation of the Christ. One child was descended from Solomon, as per the genealogy provided in the Gospel of Matthew, the other from Nathan, according to the genealogy featured in the Gospel of Luke. The idea of two Jesuses is not in fact an unusual one. It has been suggested that Jesus had an identical twin and that the two were never seen together, making people think there was only one. One twin died and the other lived on, apparently resurrected. Open paren. The movie The Prestige is based on this same idea of identical twins who are never seen together. Close paren. Steiner claimed that the second coming would be a spiritual rather than physical event. Christ would manifest himself in non-physical form, and be increasingly evident to all spiritually attuned people. The event was scheduled to happen around 1933. Instead, the rise of Hitler began. Perhaps the two events were related. It was Steiner's Christ-mania that made the Illuminati turn away from him in something approaching disgust, just as Nietzsche turned away from Wagner when he saw Parsifal with its offensive Christian sentiments. The split between theosophy and anthroposophy. Anthroposophy is essentially an offshoot or refinement of theosophy, not a radical departure. It's like Protestantism to Catholicism, a reform not a total rupture. Steiner's worldview has in fact been called German theosophy. Anthroposophy could be regarded as theosophy with a Western bias as opposed to the Eastern bias of theosophy itself. Anthroposophy also has a Christian emphasis, absent from theosophy. In practice, the difference between anthroposophy and theosophy is significant. Anthroposophy focuses on practical matters such as education, health and agriculture, while theosophy is more concerned with theory, meditation and the inner search for light. Steiner, speaking of theosophy, commented: Sinnott's esoteric Buddhism was soon recognized as the work of the spiritual dilettante, a compendium of old, badly understood esoteric bits and pieces. But it was less easy to find access to a phenomenon of the period such as Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine, for this work did at least reveal in many places that much of its content had its origins in real, powerful impulses from the spiritual world. The book expressed a large number of ancient truths which have been gained through egotistic clairvoyance in distant ages of mankind. People thus encountered in the outside world, not from within themselves, something which could be described as an uncovering of a tremendous wealth of wisdom which mankind at once possessed as something exceptionally illuminating. This was interspersed with unbelievable passages which never ceased to amaze. Because the book is a sloppy and dilettantish piece of work as regards any sort of methodology, and includes superstitious nonsense and much more. In short, Blavatsky's Secret Doctrine is a peculiar book: the great truths side with terrible rubbish. That last sentence could just as easily be applied to Steiner's own books: some great stuff juxtaposed with the most incredible nonsense. Writing about the history of theosophy, and how it became increasingly Easternized, Steiner said: The Theosophical Society was first established in 1875 in New York by H. P. Blavatsky and H. S. Olcott, and had a decidedly Western nature. The publication Isis Unveiled, in which Blavatsky revealed the large number of esoteric truths, has just such a Western character. But it has to be stated regarding this publication that it frequently presents the great truths of which it speaks in a distorted or even caricatured manner. It is similar to a visage of harmonious proportions appearing distorted in a convex mirror. The things which are said in Isis are true, but how they are said is a lopsided mirror-image of the truth. This is because the truths of themselves are inspired by the great initiates of the West, who also inspired Rosicrucian wisdom, A distortion arises because of the inappropriate way in which H.P. Blavatsky's soul has received these truths. The educated world should have seen in this fact alone the evidence for a higher source of inspiration of these truths, for no one who rendered them in such a distorted manner could have created these truths himself. Because of the Western initiates saw how little opportunity they had to allow the stream of spiritual wisdom to flow into mankind by this means, they decided to drop the matter in this form for the time being. But the door had been opened. Blavatsky's soul had been prepared in such a manner that spiritual wisdom was able to flow into it. Eastern initiates were able to take hold of her. To begin with, these Eastern initiates had the best of intentions. They saw how Anglo-American influences were steering mankind towards the terrible danger of a completely materialistic impregnation of thinking. These Eastern initiators, wanted to imprint their form of spiritual knowledge, which had been preserved through the ages, on the Western world. Under the influence of this stream, the Theosophical Society took on its Eastern character, and the same influence was the inspiration for Sinnott's esoteric Buddhism and Blavatsky's secret doctrine. But both of these again became distortions of the truth. Sinnott's work distorts the high teachings of the initiates through an extraneous and inadequate philosophical intellectualism, and Blavatsky's secret doctrine does the same because of her chaotic soul. The result was that the initiators, the Eastern ones as well, withdrew their influence in increasing measure from the official Theosophical Society, and the latter became an area of all kinds of occult forces which distorted the great cause. There was a short phrase, when Annie Besant entered the stream of initiators through her pure and elevated mentality. But this phase came to an end when Annie Besant gave herself up to the influence of certain Indians who developed a grotesque intellectualism derived from certain philosophical teachings, German ones in particular, which they misinterpreted. This was the situation when I was faced with the necessity of joining the Theosophical Society. Note that Steiner was no uncritical fan of Madame Blavatsky. He thought she had genuine gifts, but that she was not in full control over her material. We on the other hand regard her as a charlatan, pure and simple, and there is a great deal of the charlatan about Steiner himself. At the most charitable, one might say that both were self-deluded rather than cynically trying to delude and mislead others. The Omega Man. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, open paren 1881-1955 close paren. One of the most interesting and far-sighted thinkers of the 20th century was the Jesuit priest Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, open paren. De Chardin was an archaic reference to a French aristocratic title close paren. He it was who conceived of two monumental concepts: the omega point and the noosphere. Some people find Teilhard's theories inspirational, while others, from both religious and scientific materialist backgrounds, regard them as an abomination. What made Teilhard so controversial was that he was intent on reconciling evolutionary theory with his Catholic faith, and thus he incurred two sets of enemies: Christian orthodoxy and evolutionary biologists. As a Jesuit, Teilhard first ran into trouble with his Catholic superiors. As soon as he abandoned any attempt at a literal interpretation of the Book of Genesis, this collision with the church authorities was inevitable. Although many practicing Christians don't seem to be aware of it, to disbelieve in creationism and to deny the story of Adam and Eve is actually to abandon Christianity. The only point of Jesus Christ is that he allegedly came to save humanity from the stain of original sin, and original sin is tied to the specific act of disobedience of Adam and Eve. If creation didn't happen in the way Genesis says, and Adam and Eve weren't real and didn't disobey a direct order given to them explicitly by God, then Christianity is false and a total lie. It's impossible for any Christian to support Darwin's theory of evolution, open paren, and the same is true for any Jew or Muslim, close paren. Imagine trying to defend Christianity in an evolutionary rather than creationist world. In the evolutionary scenario, the creationist God himself seems somewhat surplus to requirements. The Garden of Eden vanishes, so there was no tree of knowledge and no temptation by the satanic serpent. Adam and Eve themselves disappear into the great chain of evolution. If they received no direct orders from God, then they weren't guilty of any mortal sin of disobedience. If they weren't damned for blatant and specific disobedience to their God, then what purpose was served by Jesus Christ? Evolution kills Jesus Christ. Many Christians understood that straight away, hence why they so fiercely opposed Darwinism. The Christians who try to have their cake and eat it by supporting evolution and Christianity are pathetic. They have no intellectual integrity. They don't know what they believe. Muslims and Jews know that the disobedience of Adam and Eve is indispensable to their faiths. If humanity didn't disobey God, why were they cast out of paradise? If Adam and Eve didn't exist, then, frankly, the existence of Jehovah/Allah himself is called into question. Teilhard's evolutionary Christianity was a far cry from the Catholicism of St. Augustine. Teilhard was unquestionably a heretic and the Church forbade him from spreading his teachings. Teilhard agreed to stay quiet and thus never provoked a formal break with the Church. Had he been more intellectually honest, he would never have remained a Catholic. His most important work, The Phenomenon of Man, had to be published posthumously. It sets forth a sweeping, teleological account of evolution based on the Christian Trinity, and especially Christ himself. Teilhard's ideas, minus Christ, are in fact highly compatible with Illuminism, and indeed the Illuminati adopted his term omega point open paren previously. Illuminism had referred to the Hegelian absolute. Both terms are now used interchangeably, the absolute being attained at the omega point close paren. The critical difference between Teilhard's view and Illuminism is that Teilhard asserted that the omega point has always existed. Therefore, the universe is not so much evolving towards the omega point through the universe's own efforts and inner nature, but rather being drawn towards it by conscious design. Teilhard is thus revealed as the most cunning type of creationist. What he is asserting is that God, rather than creating Earth and humanity in a specific creation event, established a creation process that would bring the Earth and humanity into being, and subsequently allow humanity to evolve to the stage where it could enter into union with God.